bring back the music so I can dance to something of it. Ugh. Day 2. Day 2, day 2, day 2. Hmm. Okay. Trying to find some details. It's not always easy. No, it's not always easy. Oh, come on, hurry up, Mr. Shaw. We got strong men to watch. It's the thing that has to happen. And I'm kind of hoping that as new subscribers subscribe, that number changes live because that will prove that I built it right. And if it works according to plan, we'll see little fireworks every time there's a new subscriber, I'm hoping, but I don't know that that will be the case. We shall see. I still need to get back on my regular streaming rig. This will be the last time that I do a stream from my work machine. It is not made for this. Anyway, hopefully some folks got some good rest last night, came back ready to cheer on their favorites, talk trash about their most hated, and see people do stuff that we only wish we could do. Boss. Greetings from America. I guess I should pin the stream to the I guess I should stream or pin the stream address on the chat like I did yesterday. Let's do this. Boom. 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 I don't really consider myself an influencer, but I like it. Um, let's answer these questions by one in just a second. All right. So, first of all, did any other influencers, again, it's kind of cool to be thought of as an influencer, um, have any problems with Tom's carry? I haven't seen anyone else bark about it. I'm sure there was some brouhaha on Reddit because there always is. You get that many people talking. I didn't come across them. Candidly, I went to bed last night just like I said I was going to. But no, I haven't really heard anyone talking about it except for my mouth and the people that were in the chat here. Um, so I don't know. Maybe I'm making something out of nothing, but I don't feel like I am. On to question 2. Do I think that Trey can stay number 1? Yeah. Yeah, I do. Again, going into this, I had Trey on my podium, but I just didn't see him winning because I just don't see how you could win if you zero an event, which we all knew that he was going to do on the frame carry. Now, he didn't zero it because he got a point. He picked the frame up. Um, but undoubtedly, in my opinion, day 1 was going to be much, much worse on Trey Mitchell than day 2. For him to finish on top of the leaderboard on day 1, I think bodes very, very well for the big fella. I'm not willing to change my picks. So I'm still going to say Tom Stoltman wins it all. And only because I'm sticking with my picks, basically. And then Mitchell and Singleton to round out the podium. But having said that, if you're a Trey Mitchell fan, yeah, you've got to be pretty happy right now. And if you're Trey Mitchell himself, I'm sure you're ecstatic. Um, I suspect that he was hoping to be in the top 4 or 5 at the end of day 1. For him to be on top of the leaderboard after day 1, he's got to just be over the moon. It's probably going to be a big day for him, a really, really good day. And yeah, he might be your one-time winner of the strongest man on earth. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Because Brian says those 2 Shaw Classics don't count. That's not the strongest man on earth. The rest of us know the truth. Trey has won this competition twice before. So this could very well be his 3rd victory here at what most of us believe is the most physically taxing and the heaviest of all competitions, the one that really does prove who is the strongest and who's got that great static strength, and that's Trey Mitchell all day long. And so he might very well add a 3rd title, and if so, that's impressive stuff, and you got to like it. You got to like it. So you've got several guys who could wind up being on this podium at the end of the day. Um, by and large, most of the day 1 shook out the way that I thought it would. I say by and large. There were definitely some exceptions. There were some guys that I thought for sure overperformed and some guys that I thought underperformed. Um, I think you got to give a big shout out to Nicholas Gardione. I think that he's doing much better so far than anybody thought that he was going to do. And so that's pretty awesome. Um, I think people probably expected Lucas to maybe have a few more points than he does. I will say that the 16-man field does kind of go to show how much things can be shaken up from one event to the next. Bryce Johnson was nowhere to be seen of or thought of. He wasn't in contention at all. And then he ends the day with a big win in the Manhood Stones, 16 points, and now boom, he's a title challenger. So with this 16-man field, you can see big ebbs and flows with a single swing of the fist, aka one event. Anyway, You guys should have some seeds and cashews like me. They're phenomenal. Phenomenal. Anyone want to put into the chat which event you're looking most forward to today? Trey Mitchell. Trey Mitchell's at the top of your leaderboard. Let's try this real quick. You guys can actually see me build the questions now because I'm changing the way that I'm sharing this. It's probably not the best way to have done this, but you guys can look behind the curtain a little bit. All right. Frame sliding issue can easily be resolved by increasing the friction between the underside of the frame and the floor. These guys are so big and strong, I'm not sure that anything can easily be resolved. That being said, I I don't know if that's allowed in the rules or not. Maybe there's nothing to resolve because they were allowed to do that. Um, Again, I think that's preposterous. I can't imagine that that's allowed, but who knows? There's a lot of rules out there that I don't agree with. But they need to be spelled out for both fans and athletes. We need to know what we're watching, what's allowed, what's disallowed. Help us keep from talking smack. Help me keep from making videos that are useless, insulting people if they don't need to be insulted. Um, but having said that, if it is against the rules, there are things you could do to make sure that the rules are followed, that they can't be gone around. You're increasing friction is not a bad idea, but I also think you could just enforce the rules. Like we could do things to prevent foul balls from happening, blocking them off and putting walls right at the foul line. But we don't do that. We simply call foul balls when they go foul. And if an athlete goes foul, aka does something he shouldn't do, you can simply have referees and judges enforce the rules and say, I really don't. I really don't hold it, like I said in my video and yesterday in the live stream. I really don't hold it, even if it is against the rules. Even if it is against the rules, which I don't know that it is, I just suspect it is. I really don't hold it against Tom that much. Some, if he broke the rules, sure. But again, I think it's the referee's job to enforce the rules, not the athlete's job to police themselves. So, in my opinion, if it's disallowed, and it should be, then I think the problem is squarely a Jerry Pritchett problem. How many points to win the show? Well, I mean, you kind of basically doubled it, so I guess it's an easy prediction to make. I don't know. Um, Maybe I'll make a poll out of that. You guys can wax poetic about that. We'll just hang out until they start doing stuff. We're like family here, so we can keep each other company. We don't have enough people here really to get the polls going the way that I like to yet. Yeah, we've only got 14 votes on this one so far. We got to get some more people here. What time is it right now, Banana Hammock? I saw that he withdrew. I didn't hear anything about it. Um, yeah, I didn't see it, but I did hear that he withdrew. I saw that Bobby Thompson is still in it. Um, we'll see. I think the going answer yesterday was most of us thought we'd lose two. I said I thought we would lose two people by the time it's over officially, but another two or three that probably should withdraw, but just a little too tough for their own good and decide to hang around. East versus West arm wrestling show. You'll have to ask someone other than the host. I don't know. I didn't watch it. I'm not at all interested in arm wrestling. I know who won some of the matches, maybe even all of them. I don't know, because when you get strongman involved, and I'm as into strongman as I am, I'm gonna see the answers pop up in my feeds at different places, but the sport doesn't interest me in the slightest. I know that Brian won his match. I know that Big Laws beat Martins. I know that Eddie beat Robert Oberst because Robert withdrew. Um, but apparently Robert looked really good and beat Eddie pretty easily in the first round. Although from what I hear from people, it seems like Eddie beat Robert pretty easily in the second round. So it's been kind of interesting to see how that might have went. What do I think will be the winning weight of the trap bar deadlift? It's a really hard question to answer, simply because we've never seen an implement like this, and you don't ever see trap bar in competition anyway. But even in the rare oddities where they show up, you don't see any custom built equipment like this. It's gonna be unique. Kind of hard to make predictions when you're looking at equipment that has never been seen before. Going into the competition, a couple weeks out, we had people calling ridiculous numbers, like people were going to be hitting 600 kgs. Yeah, that's not happening. Um, I guess I guess I'll just say the 500 kg mark, just because I have no idea. I really have no idea. It could be anywhere from 1 pound to 7 billion pounds. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'll say 500 kg because why not? Do you think the sport should bring back man on man action? Let me read that again. Do you think the sport should bring back man on man action events? There we go. Sounds a whole lot better if you don't stick the word events immediately following man on man action. I do think the sport would probably grow a lot, and you'd probably get a whole new fan base if the sport featured a lot of man on man action. But to bring back man on man action, aka one versus one events, heads up events, that's what we'll call it, like arm wrestling, sumo wrestling. I guess it's supposed to say mat wrestling, tug of war, etc. Um, do I think the sport should bring it back? Not really, on account of I think so many of those things are skill based rather than strength based. They are spectator friendly, so it really it's a question from me that it goes to what are you asking for? Are you asking Do I think it's a good idea to help grow the sport, or are you asking, do I think that it would be good for the meritocracy of the sport? Growth of the sport and meritocracy are very, very different. I don't care about those things from a strength standpoint because I don't think they prove who's the strongest. Uh, now, I don't like arm wrestling; that's dead to me. But I am a wrestler, and I was a very, very good wrestler, much better than I am lifter. Um, and I would enjoy very, very much seeing that, and I would enjoy watching tug of war too. But I don't really think that those things do the best job of measuring strength. You can make the same arguments about the keg toss and all of those things as well. There's a lot of these events that we do that are, in my opinion, a measurement of skill more than they are strength. And so, I don't know. It's a juggling act. What do the fans want to see versus what are we actually trying to accomplish and trying to measure? So, I don't know. My vote is no, but I'm perfectly okay if stuff like that is there. It's not a regular trap bar, and it's a custom made apparatus. And you're going to see the bar with a bunch of Hummer tires on it, just like we used to see the Hummer tire straight bar deadlift. Except the Hummer tires are now going to be on this trap bar. I did enjoy the. I did enjoy Big Kaz and his sumo wrestling. That was fun. All right, do we have enough votes for me to close that poll yet? I need to check it. All right, so there's your results. Roughly a third of us say 500, a third of us say more than 500. Slightly over a quarter say we're not getting to 500, and then a couple people, 7%, yeah, probably exactly two, are thinking that it could be three, are thinking to themselves, it'd be two people, are thinking to themselves, we're not going to see anything special here. It's actually going to be tougher than a straight bar deadlift. We shall see. We shall see. I am eating sunflower seeds and cashews, aka healthy fats. All right, we'll do a poll. Mm, who should I put on the poll? Yeah, we're gonna put Hatton in there because I think the trap bar is gonna feature a lot of squat strength. Uh, we'll skip. We'll skip other. I can't believe you don't have Trey on there. That's just weird. I don't know how you cannot have Trey on your list there. I'll be. My vote goes to Trey if I didn't give that away based upon how I was asking the question. But you can't have more than four choices, unfortunately. It stops you at 4. So if I go 4, I can't have another. Yeah, all, not all of the equipment at Brian shows always work well. We get to see every year that there's some fun with them, but the equipment always looks top notch. It looks really good. I believe straps are allowed. I want to say sixes, but no eights. But maybe it's all straps. 25% off just for the second day. Probably would have baited in the budget conscious fans. All right, I don't want to sit here staring at nothingness. Plus, I can't call the action. So, we had the stream running, waiting, and then my stream stopped, and now I'm back to the same way it was before they had the music playing, which is the live waiting for event to start. Are you guys seeing the same thing, or do I need to refresh? By overly strict strap rule, are you talking about how the thumb has to be enclosed around the bar and things of that nature? Has to be flat against the hand, not down in the fingers. Okay, now we know that the subscriber count does update live. However, there were no fireworks. That stinks. When you first load the live view, you get fireworks above it. I was kind of hoping that would happen every single time someone subscribed. I'll have to build something like some little custom animation to detect when that number changes. I'll build something like that later. I can probably do it with Python pretty quickly and easily. The official start time is like 10 minutes from now. Banana Hammock told me they were supposed to start half an hour early. So if that's the case, they're 20 minutes late. But um, the real answer is you don't ever know. Strongman contests start whenever they start and end whenever they end. If you're a fan of this sport, you got to be pretty good at the whole hurry up and wait idea. Let's see here. Trey will surely slump somewhere along today. I'm sure there will be suspense. Andrade pulled a huge deadlift last year, the deadlift world championship. Has his prep looked bad for trap bar or what? No. I don't know that it's I don't know that the results are bad for him as much as it's just a belief in Trey Mitchell. I actually think, and I could be wrong here, but I actually think if Trey Mitchell forces himself to start using a deadlift suit and learning how to lift in one, and he says he's going to, he's committed to doing it. I actually think that Trey Mitchell can chase down the deadlift record, and yeah, I think him and I think he can push Thor and Thor can push back. I think we can see some pretty incredible stuff if Trey masters a deadlift suit. Without a deadlift suit, there's no catching Thor. It's just not going to happen. But he's committed to learning, so he says, and I'd love to see it. I'd love to see what we can do with that record. Now, personally, I'd like us to get rid of suits and straps and all equipment. I would just like to see everything be raw. But I'm a weirdo. Most people don't agree with me. I get it. As long as we're gonna use suits, then I want to see all of the best using the same equipment, so that we're really comparing apples to apples, not apples to oranges. That's really what I want. And so I I, I want to see what happens. Somebody unsubscribed? That's just plain rude, people. Why would you unsubscribe? That's just mean. You don't see me going to your channels and unsubscribing. 360 kg axle deadlift for reps without straps. You know, can't really do axle without straps. My hands are too small. They're very, very tiny. Don't you think Trey's nerve issues will hinder him in the trap bar deadlift? Not as long as we're using straps, I don't. Not as long as we're using straps, I don't. Without straps, yeah, there'd be quite a bit of hindrance then. I don't remember if they're calling their weights like they did for the log or not. I want to say they are, but I could be blatantly wrong. Oh. Well, typically your nerve damage doesn't heal. Typically, there are cases where they have. You got to pray for a miracle cure. Um, Unfortunately, we all have issues. We all have things. That's his cross to bear. I was born with deformities and had well over 30 leg surgeries. Um, Bobby's got his foot, ankle, toe deal. Nobody's perfect. We've all got some kind of thing that we're dealing with, either that people know about or maybe that even we don't know about. Um, so that's just Trey Mitchell's thing that he's gonna have to deal with, unfortunately. We're back to some cool hold music again. We got the elevator music playing. That strongest man on earth logo with Brian doesn't even look like Brian anymore. Since Brian has lost so much weight, slimmed down, now the logo just looks weird. Brian's so tiny now. We have not gotten started yet. Clopite, clopit, clopit, clopidier, whatever it may be. We haven't gotten going yet, so nobody has lifted yet. What about Zadrunas? Okay. Thanks to the top two being absent, Trey can afford a last place in grip and still be first. Well, you know, I wanted to pick Trey Mitchell to win it all. I just didn't think he could with the frame carry. If you would have told me yesterday, don't worry, Trey is going to finish on top of the leaderboard after day one, he would have hands down been my pick to win it all. So as of right now, I think he's your front runner. Not just because he's in first place, therefore mathematically speaking, he's the front runner, I just think that he's gonna have a good day too, and he's already on top, so it's really really good. But I picked Tom Stoltman, so I don't get to go retroactively go back and change my answer. So uh, yeah, I had a podium of Stoltman, Trey Mitchell, and Evan Singleton, and so that's what I'm rocking with. But we may not see Tom Stoltman on the podium. We may not see Evan Singleton on the podium. And who knows? Stranger things have happened. Trey Mitchell may not be on your podium either. He could get hurt. He could get injured. I don't want these things to happen. He might struggle mightily where we don't expect him to struggle. Um, you know, we watch the events rather than talk about them because they don't play out on paper, right? I think I'm gonna zip up this door here so that I don't have like 55 cats running here. There's already one cat, and I'm sure at some point she's going to want some attention and hop up on me, and hopefully she doesn't kill the stream by stepping on the keyboard. That might happen. The stream might die, and if so, it's probably because a cat jumped on the keyboard. But I'm going to try to reduce the likelihood of that happening by closing the room off. Speaking of Brian looking small, this shirt makes me look positively svelte, does it not? I mean, I look like a little bitty skinny guy in this shirt. I need to get to the gym. I gotta fill up my shirt sleeves and get a chest. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The cat's sleeping, so I don't wanna pick her up and wake her up. That'd be rude. I wouldn't want someone to do it to me. And then my camera is mounted. If I move that, it's gonna be hellacious to try to get everything reset up. So we'll wait on that. Hey, Melanie's back again, everybody. Everybody say hi to Melanie. How you doing, Melanie? And this time, if people say hi to you, Melanie, say hi back to them. Don't be rude and stuck up and be like, yeah, of course people can say hi to me, but I'm too good to respond. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do it. My favorite strongman of all time, Magnus Samuelsson, Bill Kazmaier. They should get started soon. Just hit the 4 o'clock local time mark for me, which is 3 o'clock local time where Brian's at. That's the official time listed on the website to start. So we'll see. Boom. As if on cue. So did anybody watch my video regarding the frame carry? Has anybody seen it yet? Did anybody leave a comment? I don't think there's any comments yet other than one that came up like immediately as soon as posting. I don't know how they could have actually watched the video before they commented. I don't think they did. We'll see. What's you guys' opinion on the thing that I was rambling my mouth about yesterday, the frame carry? Yeah, the stream just began. We've got Big Laws talking right now. All right. Who wins the trap bar deadlift? 3 out of 4 of you believe that it's going to be Trey Mitchell. 10% of you think that Lucas Hatton is going to do that, as you're believing that squat power is going to come into the equation. 6% goes to both Austin Andrade, and Thomas Evans. How long is the event roughly? It's already 11 p.m. Well, I'd say if you want to pay for it so that you can watch it later, go right ahead. If you want to watch it live, it's already 11 and you're not sure you want to stay up, you probably want to skip it because you're probably looking at 5 hours of 4 to 5 hours of content tonight, maybe even more. So, unless you want to stay up until 3, 4 a.m., you might want to skip it. You could always pay for the stream and then watch it non-live tomorrow. My live stream is owning showing from yesterday's show. So there's different tabs at the top of the screen. You're probably looking at the day 1 page. You need to go to the day 2 page to get to the live stream. I'm only guessing. Maybe you're already on that page, Curvin H. So don't yell at me or type in all caps. But that's my guess, is that you're on the day 1 page. And you need to go to the day 2 page. All right, guys. Uh-oh. I was about to make this really glorious comment, and then my stream just crashed. Come on. Turn back on. Turn back on. I hope my stream didn't go down. I hope it's not my internet, and then you guys are seeing nothing right now. That would stink. Give me a thumbs up as long as you guys can still hear me. Uh-oh. It says I'm not dropping any frames at all, so okay, there we go. Started to worry. All right, I had to refresh the stream. Now all is working well. Let's try this one. How do I want to ask this? How do I want to ask this? Okay. All right. So let's give some shine to some guys who probably won't be walking out with any hardware, but who's going to have a good day too, that might have such a good day too. They put themselves up in contention. They knock someone off the podium. Is that possible? Can any of those guys do it? Even if they can't stand on the podium? Who just has the best day two overall? Looks like Guardione is the early favorite here. Some of that might be due to his overperformance on day one. Seems a popular pick so far. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. I lost count. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We still got 6 more guys to come. Probably 5. Shane probably won't come out since he withdrew. Evan. Okay, so Evan has now DX'd. He has now John Cena'd. He just Triple H'd, spit some water. I know he likes to be a character. I know he's got that wrestler in him, but it seems like he should stop with the gimmick infringement and come up with his own stuff. And he had a pretty good day yesterday. I thought Josh Spurgeon was very surprising. I thought he performed quite well yesterday. Anyone else impressed by Spurgeon yesterday? Try refreshing, Brian, see if it helps. If you got a VPN, try connecting from a different location. Maybe you can get a better hop. We have not gotten to the first event yet. We're just watching guys walk in. We seem to be holding some kind of device. Each of them has something in their hand. Not quite sure what it is. Bobby Thompson. Okay, now Bobby Thompson looked taller than Lucas Hatton there to me. Now it could just be because he's walking in front of him and that's a camera trick. Um, but even when they're standing there like that, Bobby looks taller than Lucas Hatton. I'm finding it very, very, very hard, super hard to believe that Lucas Hatton is 6 foot tall. I would like to have seen Yako here. I would like to have seen Ray Nonell here. I would like to see Thor here. I would like to see Mitchell Hooper here. I'd like to see Patty Haynes here. There's a lot of people who are not here that I would love to see here, but it is a good lineup. The guys that are here deserve to be here. They're tough. It's a good lineup, but we could probably all think of 1, 2, or 3 names that are not present that would be pretty cool if they were there. They measured him in a recent video. Well, I guess he's 6 foot then. There's no way you could fudge that. People are always honest in videos. If my dad was there, he'd win. Ooh. Hey, look. Troop 88? No one told me that Troop 88 was going to be there. Nobody told me that Troop 88 was going to be there. Why did they not include that in their marketing materials? I think they would have sold a lot more tickets if they would have said that Troop 88 was going to be there. And you've got a good name, bro. I have a good stream, and you have a great name. Because my last name is Barnett. All right, lift heavy, aka play ball. All right. Let's see if anyone was typing during the playing of the national anthem. Uh, Sorry, man. National anthem is playing. I got to pay respect. That's my country. A country that I served to protect, by the way. So, yeah. Uh, who do I think will win? So right now, I think that Trey Mitchell will win. Um, but yesterday, my pick was Tom Stoltman, so that's my official prediction. So Um, I still think you're going to have the same three guys on the podium that I thought you were going to have when it was over. That's Tom Stoltman, Trey Mitchell, and Evan Singleton. Um, that was my podium before this went in. It's my podium now. Uh, I just picked Tom to win it all. Now I think that Trey is probably gonna walk away the winner. So Those shirts are kind of nice. I wish they would have given me a shirt like that. I think they should probably invite me to call the action next year. That's what they should do. Hmm. Hmm. Really cool looking apparatus. Wonder if I could get one of those for my gym. You've got a few of the guys opening at 966 pounds. Sounds like a lot. Pull request. Will Tom Stoltman finish on the podium? But there goes Banana Hammock trying to run my streams again. I always humor him for some reason. Well, maybe I will. It's not letting me do it. Oh, I probably have to end the other stream, Jace. Don't be stupid. Don't be stupid, Jace. So there is the results of the last stream. Hi, David. Most people think that Guardione and Hoth are looking at good days. Hooper is taking time out away from the sport to heal up and recover from some injuries. That's what he says anyway. I suspect it's partially that and partially personal stuff, but I don't know. Um, he's shut down for at least the year. Yeah, I will. I'll let you know how much they're lifting. The Yankees are now winning 6-4. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. I'm gonna have to take a tinkle break in a minute. You drink and then you have to tinkle. At least if you're me, that's the way it works. Max will be going first. Max Boudreau is going first. He is opening at 806 pounds, 360 kilos. Now they've just got the Freedom units, aka standard, aka American, on the floor. So that's what I'm gonna call out. If you need it in metric, you're gonna have to convert it yourself. I could do it and do the division of by 2.2, but I'm not gonna do that. You guys got to do that yourself. But so I'll call out the weights, but I'll call it in American. So Max is successful at 806 pounds. Up next is Mr. Nicholas Guardione. All right, that's about all I can do with that. Getting on my own nerves there. All right. Nick Guardione is going for 816 pounds. Wow. Looked really good there. That looked really good. I should have went tinkled before the event started. What was I thinking? Wes Derwinski, the second Canadian. We've had 3 lifters so far. 2 of them have been Canadian. All right. All right. Wes Derwinski, 846 pounds. So we're moving on up here. Moving on up. 846 pounds for Wesley Derwinski. He's successful at 846 pounds. At what base were you? I guess you're talking about my service. I never left the state of Missouri. I was at Fort Leonard Wood every day that I was in the U.S. Army. Oh no, stream, don't mess up. My hope you guys' stream is a little bit more reliable today than mine is. Refresh. Uh-oh. I refreshed, and now the video player is gone. Refresh again. There we go. Okay, 876 pounds for Tom. Tom is good for 876 pounds. Shoulders were a bit forward there. Um, Shoulders were a bit forward there. Not saying that it wasn't locked out, but I think those handles are pretty long. He could have sat back the other direction so that it looked a lot better. But shoulders were definitely forward. 100%. Now we're going to get another Canadian up here, Tristan Hoth. I guess it's, Canadian, someone else, Canadian, someone else, Canadian. Tristan Hoth going for 886 pounds. Hoth is good for 886. You guys are going to have to watch the next lifter by yourselves because I'm trying to hold it. I can't hold it. I must go tinkle. I must go tinkle. I will return when I'm finished tinkling. All right. Banana Hammock is doing the work for me there because I was going to say, what did I miss? It appears that I missed 907 pounds for Bryce. Keep trying, Ryan. Eddie Williams is going to attempt 927 pounds. 927 pounds. Eddie Williams. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Eddie fails 927. That means he's going to have to come back out later and try it again. Andre Foyatu. I expected him to be higher on the board than he is right now. I feel like Foyatu underperformed yesterday. For a moment, it looked like he was going to zero on an event that I expected him to do super well on. Even if he underperforms the entire event, though, at some point, this young man's going to win some hardware. Too young, too talented not to. Successful at 947. And I really, really like the look of that trap bar. This is a really cool looking event. Looks super cool. There we go. 947. Thomas Evans made it look like it was maybe 447. That was a good looking rep there. Yeah, I think Laws just said Thomas Evans, one of the strongest men on earth, probably. Big Laws, I hate to tell you, but all of these guys are one of the strongest men on earth. That's why they are at the strongest man on earth competition. I don't want to say anything a little too obvious here, but that's kind of why they're there. Nothing wrong with having Thomas Evans on your podium. Nothing wrong with that. Trey Mitchell. Trey Mitchell is also going to open at 947. $947. No problem for Trey. Did he lift it as fast as Thomas Evans? No. Does he lift fast ever? No. So should we read into that? No. All right. So Trey Mitchell and Thomas Evans both successful at 947 pounds. Now we're going to get the chance to watch Mr. Joshua Spurgeon at 957 pounds. So he's opening 10 pounds heavier than Thomas Evans and Trey Mitchell. $957 is good for Josh Spurgeon. There we go. Whoa, guys. I guess Jerry Pritchett's going to get in there and deadlift too. Here comes Evan the T-Rex Singleton. He's gotta do something. He's gotta do something. £967 for Evan T-Rex Singleton. And he lifted that in about 1/10 of a second. He lifted that even faster than Thomas Evans. And I didn't think you could lift faster than Thomas Evans. And that was 20 pounds more than Thomas Evans began with. So that was really, really good for Evan Singleton. Now, to be fair, Evan does everything with ultra intensity and to this, so he probably, I say probably, he probably will have pretty quick reps for all that he is successful with, I would imagine. Now we get to find out if Lucas Hatton actually fits inside of the bar. This is what I was waiting for, to see if he actually fits inside. Seems like he fits. Looks good for Thomas Evans. I still don't believe he's 6 foot tall. That looked really, 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 really good. And now comes Austin Andrade. All right, guys. It looks overwhelmingly like the answer to the poll of whether or not Tom is expected to stay on the podium from this crowd is yes. And I agree. Banana Hammock is not convinced. Austin Andrade, good. Austin Andrade, good. With the same 967. So the only one who failed in round one was Eddie Williams. All right. We got to go back down to 846 for some reason. I wonder why that could be. Because we got to go back and see if Eddie can actually be successful. That's the reason. I have a feeling I'm going to get quite hungry by the end of this stream, and I don't think my little seeds are going to cut it. Well, last year we saw Max squatting. Well, not really Max. I guess we saw squats for reps, but people were decidedly unhappy about that. So I guess if we go squat, hopefully we get away from some sort of machine or I don't know. I don't want to really see strongman turned into powerlifting. Um, I love both sports. I do both, but I don't really want to see them turn into one another. I don't know how you avoid doing squats with machines if you're not wanting it to be super powerlifty. You could go ahead and use the great big dumbbells that hit the little pads like we've done in World Strongest Man and some other events. There are options. I don't really know. I do remember one of my favorite events of all time. I love the old days when you got to see the strongman lifting uh, the I guess the dancing girls on the platform of the ladies. That was pretty freaking cool. That was pretty cool. Oh, my bad. I said we were going back out for Eddie. Eddie was a lot heavier than I forgot. Eddie was at 9 something that he failed. Max is going out for his second attempt. So second weight really. All right. Maxime 846. Ooh. He did 826 without much problem. I actually thought he would get the 846. I think that was probably more in his head than anywhere else. I know he's not a good deadlifter, but still, he didn't really make 826 look too tough. Looked like he had more in the tank for sure. Um, Nick Guardione for 866 pounds. Or, if you don't want to say Guardione, you could say Guardione. So, 866 pounds. Guardione is successful. He's having a pretty good contest overall. Derwinski comes back out for his second lift. £907 will be the attempt for Derwinski. $907 for Wesley Derwinski. He's waiting for them to adjust the tires. Okay, guys. What are we doing here? They need to stop struggling putting weights on one side. These other guys are lifting the entire thing. Got no excuse not to be able to do one side. Come on, guys. It's not that heavy. All right. And finally, we're ready to go. I think. Derwinski. 907 pounds. 907 pounds. He's good. He's good. I'm already doing that, Rose. So Eddie Williams is coming back out now to take his second attempt at 927 pounds after being the only lifter in round one to fail his weight. My stream has crashed yet again, so I will have to refresh it. There we go. I've had it crash so far 4 times, I believe. Maybe 5. I think 4. So Eddie Williams will take his second attempt at 927 pounds. All right, here we go. Come on, Eddie. Come on, Eddie. There you go. There you go. Eddie is successful at 927. That's good. I don't really like to see any of the guys zero. It's so disheartening for them. A lot of fans like to see people zero because it tells them, hey, the competition's not heavy enough. But when they're picking their own weights, I don't really know how you can make that argument because they're deciding their fate. So if you pick the weight, you pick the opener and you can't do it, I feel like that's got to be soul crushing going into the next event. Tom Stoltman is our next lifter. This will be round number 2 for Tom. and he will be rolling with 927, the same weight that Eddie Williams just cleared. I'm working on his straps. Think he's in now. All right. His first time, his shoulders were too far forward. There you go. You got it again. Shoulders again, little loose there in the front. Better than it was in the first one, though. The first one, they were really far forward. I think he needs to just. The bottom line is, I think he needs to scoot his palms back a little bit further than the bar and sit back more. I think he's a little too far forward. But regardless, he was successful at 927. That's the most important part. Whether he's too far forward or not, whether he's leaning forward a bit, whether I'm just wrong and that's just how he's handling it, doesn't really matter for this argument. The question is, could he lift 927 pounds? The answer is yes, he can. Tristan Hoth, that same 927 that was just done by Eddie Williams and Tom Stoltman, Tristan Hoth wants to match it. And he is good at 927. That's success. We'll be going up to 957 pounds on the bar. And this will be Big Bryce. Bryce will try his hand at 957. He's got his Evolution Athletics knee sleeves on. I have some of those. I got the elbow sleeves too. I have tremendous difficulty getting those on. I think I should have got a larger set. It's near impossible for me to put the elbow sleeves on. Looks very, very easy at 957 for Bryce. I don't know if you can say it's going to be an easy win for anyone. They're going to have to work hard. And after as easy as Lucas Hatton made his weight look, I don't think Trey is running away with it. He was my pick. I'm not gonna falter or wave. That's who I think is going to win this event. He may not though. Thomas Evans looks very, 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 very good. Evan Singleton looks very, 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 very good. Lucas Hatton looks very, 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 very good. You see what I'm saying here? Are you picking up what I'm putting down here? All of these guys are making massive weights look really easy. So when that's happening, it's kind of hard to look at any athlete and say, easy win for fill in the blank. Okay. I think we're crossing over into the 1,000 pound mark now. And here we go. And 1,007 pounds for Andre Foitu. I don't know that he's got this based on how he looked with the first weight, but maybe. He needs to pull this back, get his hands back a little deeper. Got to go backwards. Got to pull backwards. He got it. He got it. 1,007 pounds for Foitu. I think a lot of these guys are just a little too far forward, and probably just mainly be a byproduct of just not being used to lifting with a trap bar. £1,027 on the bar, and I don't know why I keep calling it a bar because it's not a bar, right? It's more. I mean, I know it's the trap bar deadlift, but I think this is a lot more akin to a frame. So I think I'll start calling it when I say the weights. I think I'll start saying on the frame. All right, Spurgeon at 1027. Shaky, shaky, shaky. Readjust. Shaky, shaky, shaky. Oh, down, down, down. He does get to come out for the third round, so we'll see if he can readjust. Um, Yesterday, what was a common occurrence was me saying, when you fail in the round, you usually don't come back and get it the next round. And then over and over and over and over and again yesterday, guys failed in a round and then came back and did something better in the next round. So I guess I just need to keep my mouth shut at that and just wait to see how they do it on each attempt. Thomas Evans for 1027. Got it. Got it. 1027 has been lifted. Good job. Lucas Hatton. He'll be lifting 1,037. Big Laws just said 1,047, but it's actually 1,037. Unless the floor sign is wrong. No problems. No problems. If you're cheering for Hatton, go ahead and subscribe if you haven't. If Hatton is your boy, go ahead and subscribe. Next comes Trey Mitchell. If you're not a subscriber and you're a fan of Trey Mitchell, go ahead and subscribe now. Only fans of Trey Mitchell, subscribe now. Yeah, someone's a fan of Trey Mitchell. All right. All right. 1,047 pounds for Trey Mitchell. Charlemagne, if you're not a subscriber, then if you're a fan of anyone competing, subscribe now. If you're a fan of anyone competing, only if you're a fan of strongmen. 1,047. Uh-oh. Come on, Trey. You got this. Come on, Trey. There you go. There you go. Trey Mitchell is good at 1047. All right. In all fairness, Hatton was 10 pounds lighter. So, I don't know. We'll see. Andrade comes back. Here we go. 1% is an awful lot. 1% is an awful lot. You can put 1 pound on the bar and it'd be a tremendous difference. Heck, you can go down and struggle. We see that all the time. The guys put weight on the bar and they come back out for the next round. And it looks easier than the previous round. Anyway, my point is, I don't know that we can read much into how they just looked at 1037 and 1047. They both cleared it. We'll see what happens in the next round. Something is being said now. All right. It's like he needs to be at 1047. He needs to be at 1047. Is this 1047? Apparently it's 1047. All right. Austin Andrade is ready. And we're about to see some weight move off the floor. Here we go. 1047. No problem. No problem. Hope he goes back and blows his nose a little bit. But he was successful at 1047. All right. Fun stuff. Fun stuff. Up next should be a dinosaur. Here comes a dinosaur. 1057 for Evan. He has decided to put an extra 10 on the bar. And he made it look easy. Everyone knows what a major fan of Evan Singleton I am, aka not much of one at all. Doesn't matter. I always give credit where credit is due. That was the most impressive lift of the second round, and it was the heaviest weight. It wasn't the most impressive just because it was the heaviest. It was the most impressive because of how he handled it. So that was a super easy 1057, and you've got to be impressed by that. You just got to take your hat off to the man and be like, that was just a good job. Excellent lift. He looked great. He looked great. So there you go. I hope he doesn't go back and headbutt something right now. I have to say, though, this will shock anyone who's been following me for a long time. Evan Singleton is no longer my favorite strongman. He has been replaced by someone. There is someone that I like even more than Evan Singleton now. There's a strongman who appeals to me even more than T-Rex. Anyone who correctly guesses, dude, I'm subscribed to you and I couldn't see your live stream on the sidebar. That sucks, Gray. Anyone who successfully guesses the strongman that I'm super in love with, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, that's called sarcasm, will receive an autographed fork. I will send you my favorite fork, signed with a Sharpie. And getting me to part with my eating utensils is a lot. So we're talking about a strongman that I don't like. It has not been an answer that is there. I'll give you guys a hint. It is not a strongman that is competing today. So you guys just guessed Hooper. That's not the right answer. So another strongman that's not competing today. If we don't get any good guesses in a minute, I'll give you guys another huge hint. Tom Stoltman. Tom Stoltman. There you go. I think that was earlier, though. Yeah, that was earlier. Okay. Oh, not Bill Kaz. He's my favorite of all time. I could never say anything bad about Kaz. Okay. Someone just got it. Dev 6 is the winner of my autographed fork. Dev 6 is the winner of my autographed fork. Paul O'Dwyer. I know everybody says he's funny. I don't think he's that funny. And I think if you are going to be funny, you have to have a slightly larger material. You need some fresher material than just calling everyone that comes by a lady part. I don't really see what he does except call people the cant word. Hooper's not a Christian, so how can I fault him for being someone who's a representative of Christian values? He's not a Christian. As a Christian, I can't hold Christian values against non-Christian people. That's not right. The Bible tells us, if you're going to get me started here and get a lot of people to leave the thing right now, the Bible tells us that those who are not of the Spirit cannot live by the Spirit. So something that the church often does wrong is they try to get the world to live like Christians. The world is not capable of living like Christians according to Scripture. It's okay to hold me accountable if I'm doing stuff that's wrong, if I'm cheating on my wife, if I'm swearing, if I'm stealing, if I'm doing fill in the blank here. You guys have every right to say, hey, Jace, I thought you were a Christian. You should do better than that. You have every right to do that to me. I don't have the right to do that same thing to non Christians. I can't hold them to the same standard. And I kind of know that they use the C word very loosely in the UK. I know that it's no big deal there, but I think that you have to have something else. That's literally, it seems like when I watch his videos, that's all he does is just call people that over and over and over and over. And he laughs every time. And I think, okay, even if you thought it was funny the first time or the 65th time, surely it's not funny the 7,000th time you've said it. Is Tom still in? Yes, he is. Now I think he's pretty well maxed out. It if he's gonna increase his previous round, if I'm Tom Or if I'm giving Tom advice, I probably don't tell him to stick more than 10 pounds on the bar. It looked like pretty well max effort on his last round, so I don't really know if he can go into more. Why don't I like Evan? It's not that I don't like Evan as much as it is that I don't really like the character. It's a production, and I just don't think it's very same. Almost the same thing with Paul. I just don't think it's very original or very clever. I love Evan's intensity. Um, I just wished he would get rid of some of the theatrics and stuff. And he's a totally different guy on camera and off camera. He's a completely different guy on camera and off camera. Well, going into it, I said that who was going to win the trap bar was Trey Mitchell. It's really kind of hard to pick against Evan Singleton right now. Based on rounds one and two, you got to think that Evan Singleton is the man to beat here right now. But it is going to be one of four guys for sure. Your winner of this event is either going to be Evan Singleton, Thomas Evans, Lucas Hatton, or Austin Andrade. Singleton, Trey Mitchell, Austin Andrade, Evan Singleton, Lucas Hatton. I guess five. It's a 5-man race. All right. Come on. What's going on here? We're back to 876 again. Maxime Boudreau will attempt 876 pounds again. There's some punches to the head. He didn't do that last round. That's probably why he didn't lift it. But now that Max has punched himself in the head, this weight's going to go up easily. That's all you got to do is just hit yourself in the head, and then boom, you add about 15% to your lift. Not happening. I guess he should have hit himself a little bit harder. All right. Who do you think is the higher ranked all time strongman, Eddie Hall or Thor? Who do I think is the higher ranked all time? Higher ranked. I guess what you mean instead of higher ranked, because they don't really have rankings. And if they did, it wouldn't be an opinion at that one. So you wouldn't ask who I think. It would just be, hey, who is? So I guess you're asking who do I think is better? Who's a better strongman all time, Eddie Hall or Thor? And the answer is Thor. Thor is a better strongman than Eddie Hall. And Eddie Hall knows this. He recently said so himself on one of the streams. He said that he's good, but and that was when he was wishing Thor well and success in his attempt to hit the 505. He was saying, "I want you to do this. We need the sport really needs to see you do something like this. I hope that you can get on past it personally, but also I wish you the best." And it's one thing for me to stop competing in strongman. It's another thing for you to stop competing in strongman. Thor was a better strongman than me, and the sport needs you. So, Eddie's fans may not agree, but Thor is a better strongman overall than Eddie Hall for sure. Guardione, come on, lock it out. Good job, brother. 917 pounds for Guardione. Excellent lift and excellent competition for Nick Guardione. He is just looking so good. He's really doing way better than most people suspected he would. Boom. All right. Wesley Derwinski is going to attempt basically 9.5. 947 pounds. It's a big weight. And he's got it. He's got it. Good job for Derwinski. You make it past the knees with the trap bar, and you got a really, really good shot of finishing that lift. There we go. Yeah. Okay, Tom Stoltman, 947. No good. He failed. And again, I still thought he was too far forward. I thought Tom's was too far forward in all three attempts. There have been a lot of guys who have lifted very, very good here. So I think Tom's going to lose some ground in this event. He kind of probably always thought that Tom was going to lose some ground in this event, but I think he's strong enough to lift more than he did. I really think this is just bad technique in all three rounds for Tom. Okay, Tristan Hoth is up next at 957. 957 pounds. It's not going to go. So Tristan fails at 957. Who is on my strongman Mount Rushmore? Bill Kazmaier, Zydrunas Savickas, Brian Shaw, next is going to be either Thor or Magnus for Magnuson. Um, I'm going to go Thor. All right. Eddie Williams is trying to go over 1,000 pounds. Eddie Williams is going to have a 1,007 attempt. I'd like to see him get it. I don't think it's in the cards. Hope he does it. Hope he does it. Hope he makes me wrong. He does it. Good job, Eddie Williams. The singing strong man does 1,007. Good job. Is Puds a contender for me at all? Sure. I almost mentioned him. Not mentioned him on my Mount Rushmore, but almost said that he's actually one of the guys that does not get the credit in the sport that he deserves. He does have 5 World Strongest Man titles, which is more than anyone in history. When he competed, he was pretty dominant. Now, it was at a time in the sport where events favored him and they were more athletic than static strength, a lot more dynamic and things of that nature. And for those reasons, a lot of people uh, clown on him. The positive PE test, I don't really know how you can use that because if you think that any of these guys are not enhanced, you're naive. Um, so, uh, yeah, we've had videos about Pujanowski here before. He deserves more respect than he gets, but does he make my Mount Rushmore? No. You can only put four skulls on Mount Rushmore, and so I'm afraid he does not make my top 4. Good job for Bryce. 1,007 for Bryce as well. Excellent job. All right. Andre Foytu. He'll be going over 1,000 as well at 1,037. 1,037. Okay, here we go. Come on. Let's get the show. Let's keep going. Let's keep rolling. Here we go. Okay. Collars on. Collar on the other side. All right, guys, get out of the way so the man can lift. £1,037 on the bar, on the frame, on the equipment for Andre Foytu. 1037. This is what we need right here. Does he have it? Does he not have it? Yes and no's in the chat. The answer is no. The answer is no. Foya2 fails. 1037. You're talking about it leaning forward again. Again, a common mistake that I said that most of these guys have seemed to have done. Tom did it real bad. They're just too far forward. You need to do a little better job of keeping that weight back, keeping the front of the bar up. So much easier to lift that way. Keep it nice and level. If there's going to be any slant at all, makes it tougher, making their jobs harder on themselves. You got to take your time and make sure you got a good balance point. All right. Thomas Evans, you looking for a big pull here? 1,057 pounds. Thomas Evans. There's a lot of Thomas Evans fans here right now. I know. Is your boy going to get it? I want to see the chats with whys if he's going to do it. If you don't think he's going to do it, you probably shouldn't say no against your guy because that's bad. But if you believe in Thomas Evans, let's see some whys in the chat. You guys were too slow. You were too slow, but he was successful at 10:57. Yeah, I have no idea how Nightbot is still doing that because I completely removed Nightbot from my Google account. Like I yanked Nightbot out. I removed all permissions from Google. I have no idea how it's still administering anything. I am confused. Sorry about that, Mark. So we're going to go up to 1,087. I like Elon, so sue me. Trey Mitchell, 1,087 pounds. Trey Mitchell needs to buy some traps somewhere. Yeah, Trey needs to invest in some traps somewhere. Feel kind of bad for the guy not having any. All right, 1,087 for Trey. Okay, so earlier, someone said to me, do you think his nerve issue is going to play a role here? And I said, not with straps, I don't. Not with straps, I don't. Now, I find myself going, maybe it did come into play after all. He had it up. He had it locked out. Just did not get the signal. It slipped before the signal came out. So nothing for Trey. Nothing to show for that except an awful lot of wasted energy. But look at the weights that we're jumping up to now. 1,134 pounds. So this is not just some teeny tiny jump. £1,134. All right. The T-Rex. Let's see if he's successful. Well, it doesn't mean that Hatton. Yeah, I guess they would be going before Singleton, so I guess they are. I was going to say they could be trying to tie, but Singleton followed them, so if they're going after him, they must be going heavier. Evan got it. And it didn't really look all that hard. Wow. 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 Let me just go ahead and summarize that performance real quick and be a little bit more eloquent. You guys are tuned into my stream because you want to hear my analysis and you want me to go deeper than you get in typical streams that you'd watch who don't know as much about the sport and don't have my passion. So I'll give you some incredibly deep analysis about what I just saw. Wow. My analysis is complete. Wow. Hatton going to attempt a match. I thought he went before Evan before, so you would think that he'd have to go up. Maybe I got the order of lifts mixed earlier. Um, Hatton is successful at 11:34 as well. Looked very, very good. So two guys successful at 11:34. We still have another gentleman to go. Could we have three guys successful at 11:34? Or is Austin Andrade going to put more on and just try to take the win outright? He's going for 11:34. If they all tie for first, not a whole lot of points there for first at that point. Now, I will say in the previous round, Hatton and Singleton did their weight easier than Austin did. Now, again, that doesn't mean that he won't get this. We'll see here. Okay. We all anxiously await. I can't believe Evans' speed with that bar. It was just crazy. He falls at the knees. Fail for Austin Andrade. So it's a two-way tie for first between Lucas Hatton and Evan Singleton. All right. Wow. That was my reaction to the replay of Singleton. Wow. That's my reaction to Lucas Hatton. Figured Hatton would be good at the trap bar because, again, it's a lot closer to a squat. He's a phenomenal squatter. Trey Mitchell is going to have to settle for a tie for fourth with Austin Andrade. Evan will probably win the last event of the day as well. Evan will probably be the best when we get to the power stairs. Now the first half of it he won't do that wonderful on. He won't be bad at it, but he won't do wonderful on. But when we get to the power stairs, Evan will clean house. All right. Yeah, I guess I got to get you guys some overall standings for those of you who can't see this. So we'll do that. Ah, dang it. Hold on. My mouse dies after a little bit. Okay. Just getting some results up here for the screen. Boop, 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 boop. There you go. Through 5. You have Trey Mitchell on top with 57.5. Evan Singleton only 2.5 points behind at 55. Thomas Evans on the final podium spot of 53.5. Tom Stoltman has fallen off of the podium with the help of that last event. We have Lucas Hatton in 4th place at 51.5. Austin Andrade at 50.5. Bryce Johnson at 49. Tom Stoltman now back in 7th place at 48 points. And that's where we are currently. And I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I need some more to drink so that I can tinkle some more. Come on here, Caesar. Come on. Come on, pal. Good job. All right. All right. We are back to watching. It's not over yet, boys. All right. So, um, who do you guys want on here? Who do you guys want on here? But I'm not asking about the yoke. I want to know about the chest press. Who do you want on here? Okay, who else do you want on here? Did Bobby withdraw? Bobby must have withdrawn. I don't remember him. He didn't do deadlift, right? So Bobby must have withdrawn because I don't recall Bobby doing the deadlift. Yeah, we'll just do this. For those who were around last year, the chest press, Thomas Evans finished second to Brian Shaw. Evan was really good as well. Evan said his goal this year is to finish the whole stack. I assume that's everybody's goal, really. I mean, everybody's goal every round is probably to win, but uh, you know, I know Flowers withdrew, but I would think that Bobby Thompson withdrew because he didn't deadlift, unless my brain just blinked it out somewhere. I don't know how I could have. If there was any event that Bobby Thompson was going to do best at, his best swing at the fences was probably the last event. Um, Bobby Thompson has a good log, a good deadlift. Those are the two events where he should do best in the competition. I can't imagine him choosing to take a 0 on not even attempt to do the trap bar deadlift unless he withdrew. So I would say that Bobby must have withdrawn. I just can't see him volunteering a 0. So Bobby Thompson must have withdrew. I wasn't taking a poll for no track event. Did you guys hear how heavy the yoke is supposed to be, though? If it's as heavy as they were muttering, then guess this isn't a track star event. Boom, 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 boom. All right, cool. Americans have never swept a podium at a major strongman event, as far as I know. That's probably not at all true, but I'll also assume that by major strongman event, you mean an international event because um, there are some pretty major national events for sure, but there have been sweeps. Buddy, why you put a chest press poll when you have? I already answered this, banana hammock. First of all, stay in your lane, bro. My stream, not yours, bro. But also because the yoke, it's a track event. This is a strongman thing. I want answers to who people think are going to lift the most, who are the strongest. Your chest press is going to give you an answer to that, not how fast these guys can sprint. I'm not here to watch Usain Bolt, bro. So anyway, dun 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 dun. Lots of American flags. There are quite a few. Fort Knox. Probably a little bit more money housed at Fort Knox than I have. It is a track event. You know it. You know it. You know it. Maxime Boudreau, Nick Guardione, Tristan Ho, Tom Stoltman, Wesley Dorinsky, Josh Spurgeon, Andre Foyatu, and Eddie Williams. Yeah. Yeah, we lost Bobby. Bobby's gone. Bobby is gone. Arnold, Word Man, Rogue, SMOE. I was thinking of those comps. Uh, how far back do you want to go? Look at all that gold. How come that none of it is mine? What a ripoff. What a ripoff. Fort Knox. What? I don't think there's really a pot of gold at the end of the event. I think that's fibbing. See, I like how I like how Trey just summed this up. He didn't call it the safe run. He called it the safe walk. I am kind of curious how fast Mitchell Hooper could move with a yoke that heavy. Yeah, that's exactly why I said that, Rob. Those are some good comments from the field that time. Those guys did really well there. Man, the equipment at the Shaw Classic, the equipment at the strongest man on earth, whatever you want to refer to this thing as, it is the coolest looking equipment of the year. Yeah, I figure like, if ankles and legs can snap in half when people are sprinting with refrigerators, we've got some real leg snapping power now. Ken Patera, Olympian, pro wrestler, strongman, crazy Bob Ross hair guy. He had it all. All right, 1,217 pounds. Lightweight, baby. They were talking like 1,400 pounds before. 1,200, that's nothing, man. That's about the same weight as my dog, and I usually pick him up and carry him around the block. I have to, guys. He's blind and deaf, so I can't really walk him like normal. So I just pick him up and walk around the block with him. It's the nice thing to do. Ugh. Good job, Max. Good job, Max. Well, the stream keeps crashing on me. Have you guys had any crashes yet? Because this is my 6th crash. After I refreshed, we're back to max again. So I'm not even live. Man. Man. All right, cool. Uh-oh. YouTube is not responding? What do you mean YouTube is not responding? What the heck, man? I'm having real performance issues here. That's what she said. I guess it would be you're having real performance issues here. That's what she said. But who cares? Who cares? They can't all be winners. This event would hurt a lot. JF. JF competed recently, beat a bunch of youngsters. Always got to let the young men know who's in charge. Say the old man's not done yet. Check on the status so far. 45 votes so far. Thomas Evans in a big lead. Oh, that's good. Who's leading? The competition overall? Or the event that's barely went so far? I assume you mean overall. Trey Mitchell is on top, clinging to a small lead over Evan Singleton. Guardione. He's smelling the ammonia. I think Guardione would actually be really good at this if the yoke wasn't so heavy. It is very, 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 very heavy. That's what's going to work against him. Boy, oh boy, he feels that. He's an excellent athlete, but that top end power isn't there yet. Oh, man. Oh, man. Teeny, 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 tiny steps. Well, that's a little too big. Oh, man, look at that. You can tell those knees are like, we need knee sleeves that are about 75 times as thick as they are. Yeah. Told you, track event. No, Max didn't make it. Max was nowhere close. Like, neither one of them were close. But Max only managed like 7 steps, 6 or 7. Super light, man. Put that on my back, and I can run a 40 in about 3.9. However fast Mitchell Hooper thinks he can run a 40 without weight on his back, that's almost as fast as I could run a 40 with this yoke on my back. Trey Mitchell is currently in the lead. Evan Singleton nipping at his heels. You're going to need a really, really big body to be able to support this weight without feeling like you are going to just die underneath the weight of it. Man, oh man. Tristan Hoth. Where's Tom? Like in place? Tom is currently in 7th place overall. He was on the podium. I believe in 2nd place. Maybe it was 3rd. I think he was in 2nd. But after the deadlift, he lost a lot of ground. Tristan Hoth. And that's exactly why I said it was a track event. Pretty good. Pretty good. So I was thinking it's a bit weird when you bring someone out really early to talk, because then if the first two guys didn't just suck and everyone comes out there and does well now, then it's going to make it seem like, why did we just talk to Tristan? But it did look pretty good. Looked pretty darn good. I don't think he enjoyed it, Neil. Nobody enjoys this, Neil. Why don't you pick yourself up and go to the back so that we can watch some more strongman? See what I did there? So I said he should pick himself up and go to the back because his name is Neil Pick. Never mind. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Now cue our next athlete. Oh yeah, for sure. Lucas is still in it. The only people that are really out of it are Shane Flowers and Bobby Thompson because they're actually out of it. All right, here comes Tom. Tom is just fell off the podium and back into 7th place. He really needs to answer here. He needs a really, really good performance. If he doesn't have a good performance here, it's all over. So the 1,217-pound yoke completed by Tom Stoltman. All right. That was another interview. Guess this is the part of the contest where we just interview everybody that completes it. K, 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 K. I started to say okay, and I just shortened it to K. And then I did a few times and then realized I need to keep saying K a few more times because I don't want to stop after 3 of those because it will sound really, really weird on the live stream and would have been completely an unintentional way to get canceled. So that was K, 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 K. Got to be very, very careful with everything you say or do these days because you have no idea how people will hear something in their own ear and then change what actually took place. All right, we have another Canadian coming to the party. Wesley Derwinski. No, everyone is not through so far. But more have completed it than haven't. We've had 4 successes through round 1, and we've had 2 fails. And we are again back to my stream crashing again. It's ridiculous. Has not been as stable today as it was yesterday, at least not for me. All right. He's limping, almost like he just had 1,200 pounds on his back. If there's no updates about the trap bar on any website, it's because the people managing those sites haven't been able to post anything because they are still in awe of what we watched. It's hard to manage a site when your jaw is on the floor. That trap bar deadlift was pretty cool. 1,134 pounds. It was had by 2 different competitors. Come on, Spurgeon. Come on, Spurgeon. He's not going to make it without stopping, but he does. What do you mean he's the first man to finish? He's not the first. There you go. If I had to sum up the trap bar deadlift using my unique perspective of the sport in one word, cool. See, you thought you were going to get me to say something, but I didn't say it. I didn't say it. I switched up on you and I said, cool. See, you set me up so that I could knock him down, but I didn't cooperate. I went total villain arc, started my villain story there, and then went my own direction, said, you can't have what you want. I know what you're searching for. I know what you want to hear me say. Not going to give it to you. Total villain. 100% bad guy. Good job, Josh Spurgeon. Bom, 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 bom. You know what's funny is they've got this on that flat cart and it's struggling to get across the line. You know, when the cart with a hydraulic lift in it is struggling to lift the yoke, you know it's really tough on the athletes. Hey, Ed the Islander is here. Whoa, cool. Andre Foitu. All right, Andre Foitu. He's about to do something for me and you, I guess. And I don't know why I went with that accent there. It was weird. But then again, everything I do is weird. So if everything you do is weird, I guess that makes it all normal. I think so. Now, see, some people think that that's just the rubber mat that's giving under his weight, but that's actually the earth giving a little under his weight. That's my way of saying that strong men are small. All right, Foitu. Very, very, very small, wide steps. Good job. Good job. Different strategy that everyone else has used. Since time doesn't really matter because you got to get to the second one. Kind of intelligent, really. Nice and wide stance, which gives you more stability. Can't really move quickly that way, but he wasn't trying to move quickly. Different strategy. Kind of smart. Kind of smart. Would you rather go for a vegan dinner with Evan or go for wings with Paul, but he calls you the C bomb after every bite? Um, I'm gonna go eat wings because I like to eat, and I would not eat a vegan dinner. Period. No matter who I was with. Like, even if the choice was, would you rather go have a vegan dinner with Jesus Christ or wings with Paul? I would go have wings with Paul. I'm not eating no vegan dinner. That's just not happening. And if Paul's just going to call me a can't every sentence, I'll just put my earbuds in that I wear when I go to the gym. I'll never know. And I'll eat a bunch of delicious wings. Facts. Facts. Blue cheese or ranch? Neither. No sissy sauces. Extra hot sauce, please. Wow. Wow. Those were those were definitely the biggest steps I think that anyone has taken. What? He's crossed the line. He was across. I don't see how he was any less across than a couple of the other guys who have put it down. I Can we get some consistency, please? I don't know. It seemed to me like several of the guys crossed that line with the front end of the sled, the safe, right? And they counted it just fine. I don't know. It doesn't seem like they're all playing by the same rules to me. Maybe I'm wrong. I'll go back and rewatch it frame by frame by frame later, and I'll make a video to eat a crow and say how stupid and wrong I was and give their judges my apologies if they're due. But from what my brain and eyes remember, Eddie was as much across as most of the guys who have gone so far. I'm fine with it being the center line, but I'm skeptical if they're trying to convince me that everyone who has crossed has done that, because I don't think everyone who has crossed has done that. I'm really skeptical and suspicious. I could have sworn two or three of the athletes have just dropped when they barely went across. I'm fine with any rules they want, but it needs to be applied universally. They all need to be playing by the same rules, not this guy does this other guy does this. And Bryce says we need more weight. All right, there. Yeah, I don't know. Some questionable stuff there. Hey, have you guys heard that you can actually go to YouTube channels and subscribe? I don't know if you've heard of that or not, but they have this thing where you pull up a channel and you watch the videos or their live streams. And if you're like, hey, I might like to tune in and watch some more of this sometime, you can actually go ahead and subscribe. And then later, when they have more content like videos or live streams, you'll actually get your wish granted because you can go back and see more. I mean, this hasn't been verified or vetted by like a peer-reviewed study or anything, but that's what I've heard. That's, the rumor that's out there. All right, Austin Andrade is up next. Moving, moving, moving. He's moving really well. He his technique is a bit weird. Did you guys notice how he was kind of marching with that? He was really lifting his knees and legs kind of high. Um, that showed that he had no problem with the weight whatsoever to be able to do that. But I think he made that event harder on himself than he needed to. Most of the guys are just barely lifting their legs off of the ground because they're like, hey, gravity sucks. And Austin was like, look, high knees, high knee drill, like it's football. Boom, 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 boom. So we haven't really seen anybody fail since the first two when it looked near impossible. That's a strong dude. Austin Andrade is kind of strong. Oh, gotta scratch my back. Gotta scratch my back. Gotta scratch my back. Tom still second? No. Tom is not second. Tom is seventh. Not second. Seventh. V. V. All right. Trey is having a conference. Hey, is this really the height that I asked for? And when we were having the conversations in our warm ups and tryouts yesterday of the equipment, is this really the height that I said I wanted? Because I feel like this is something made for Jace so that we can laugh at him because it's way too tall, and then we can go, ha ha, shorty. So they're like, hey, you might be right. Let's go ahead and lower that. Bravo to Trey to call that out rather than just go for it. Now remember, he had that Achilles injury. Trey had that Achilles injury. Let's not forget that. I forgot that going into day two. Yeah. You guys remember the Achilles injury? I bet that played a role there. Oh, Big Laws just mentioned the torn Achilles too. Uh oh. Uh oh. Singleton puts down a big performance here, and You gotta like his odds, don't you? Thomas Evans. I'm frozen. What do you mean I'm frozen? Am I frozen or is that just for trimmer 22? He goes way past the line. It's a good way to sell it. Just put it down on purpose because he wanted a couple extra reps, you know. Pick it up and get used to it. How many events are left after this one? Well, if they want the extra 200 pounds, they're going to get their wish in a minute. I don't know about what they just said there. I think a lot of people expected Thomas Evans to do good. I didn't have him on my podium at the start, but I said that he was a top five and could easily wind up there. They're talking like if you thought Thomas Evans was going to do good, you're you're dreaming or under some kind of drug thing. I think a lot of people thought Thomas Evans could do well at this contest. Excellent job again for T Rex. Now, now I have to say, what would have been a typical Evan moment, and this is not me trying to rip on him. I'm just saying it's just the kind of stuff you see with Evan Singleton. I would not have been surprised at all to see Evan put the thing down a little too early, based upon their mid center line rule that everyone has abided by, and he put it down a little soon, and then he does the Ric Flair strut away, walks out, plays to the crowd, doesn't pay attention to the judges saying, "Come back, you're not done yet," and then time expires before he can put it over the line, even though he made it look the easiest out of everybody. That seems like the kind of thing that you can see Evan Singleton do. The fact that he hasn't had any mental lapses or anything really goofy this contest is very good. It's to be applauded for that. I think his coaching is actually helping. He seems to have a renewed focus. Uh, if they can keep Evan focused, a focused Evan Singleton, I believe, is a very dangerous Evan Singleton. Because even when I have not been the biggest Evan fan, you guys have always heard me say the biggest thing working against Evan Singleton is usually Evan Singleton. He kind of gets in his own way. Um, he's been doing a lot less of that lately, so maybe that's good. I just hope he doesn't wind up taking over the lead going into like the last event and then pulls one of those crush a skull open headbutting something and we have to watch him finish with stitches or needing stitches. was a good run for Evan. Good run from Evan. He's looking really, really good. Evan might be the man on your podium at the end of the weekend. We're getting close to that time. I told you, I think he wins the last event. So if he pulls off a win here and he wins the last event, it's tough to beat. I don't know that he'll win the chest press. My gut says he will not. But he's not going to do bad at the chest press at all. He's going to do good on the chest press too. So if he wins here and he wins the last event, T-Rex may not be the world's strongest man, a title that everyone said that he's going to win for years now, over and over and over. Everyone, including him, has said he's going to win, but he could be your strongest man on earth. Good job for Lucas Hatton. Give me some knuckles. Is anyone enjoying this weekend other than me? You guys are noticeably quiet this time. We're normally a more rambunctious bunch. Am I the only one having a good time? Come on. Let's see some confetti. Let's see some 100s. Let's see some hearts. Let's see something to let me know that I'm not just sitting here talking to myself. Is anybody having fun? There we go. Get with it, guys. Yeah. Rock on. Big dudes lifting big stuff. This is a cool sport to be a part of. Looky there, JF Caron, guys. JF Caron. It was hard watching JF get injured. It was a scary injury. I only called ranch a sissy sauce because it's a sissy sauce in all fairness. That's the only reason I did it. If it was for any other reason, I would not have said it. So so you got to give me a little bit of leniency there. That's the only reason I said it. And I don't know how Nightbot can be a party pooper because, like I said earlier, I completely removed it from Google. I said, Nightbot, remove all. I told Google, okay, what do we want to do? Here's the apps that you have given permissions to do blah, blah, blah with your account. Nightbot, I revoked every single permission, and it's still here doing its thing. So Nightbot is like got ultimate villain energy, maybe even more than my own villain energy. It's kind of hard to say what the current standings are because nothing really matters until we get to the second round. Um, Singleton went across the fastest, so I guess he's in the lead, but it kind of all gets reset back to zero once they get to the second round. So it's kind of hard to say. Did anyone come up with a nickname for Lucas yet? It's not that no one's come up with a nickname for him, it's that he can't choose one or that we haven't decided on one. He's got no shortage of nicknames. They said yesterday that one of the fans called him Legs Benedict, and he really liked that one. Lucas Hatton could be the non-Latino Andrade. I feel like they have very similar builds. Yeah, I know. Works better when you say fan. What event are we at right now? Safe carry. My favorite nickname is Lucas the Lucas Hatton Hatton. It's not bad. I'd probably just go by Strongman. Lucas Strongman Hatton. I mean, if you're going to compete in the sport of strongman and they call you Strongman, that's intimidation. Could be like, Strongman is my middle name. The results on the not top, trap bar deadlift top three. Okay, so your winners were Evan Singleton and Lucas Hatton tied at 1,134 pounds. Two-way tie for first. Let me repeat that figure. 1,134 pounds. Can I have the gold bars, please? I want some gold. I don't care about the safe. Give me the gold bars. Lucas the Quadfather Hatton. Hmm. The low and slow Lucas Hatton. I'm not sure why they're putting the event 6 results up because it's not really the results. It's the half point results. A little bit over anxious there. Oh yeah. Is the yoke finished? Nope. Just about half finished. It's exciting. Exciting. Okay, can I trust you guys to behave while I step out of the room for a moment? You guys promise to behave? I'd leave Banana Hammock in charge, but that's not happening. He already thinks he's in charge. So, who wants to be hall monitor while I'm gone? I think Ed the Islander has probably already left. He didn't stick around very long. If he is still here, I'll appoint Ed the Islander to be Sergeant at Arms. Nightbot could be. All right, Mark, you are Sergeant at Arms. Mark Vrem is in charge. Okay? I expect you to make sure everybody minds Mark. Did Tristan finish the 1400? Sharon did not come back and join us for day two. Kind of disappointing because she seemed new and was very, very active yesterday. It's always good to see active people. All right, we're going to go ahead and. Oh, you guys can actually see my cursor there. I should change that. All right. So, the how much you bench poll is over. People think it's going to be a victory for Thomas Evans. 31% of the people say you didn't even name the right people, Jace. 20% roughly said Evan Singleton and 6% for Andrade. So a third of you think that it's not going to be one of those three names that wins the chest press. So someone other than the people who were on top last year. Not counting Brian Shaw, who won because he's not competing, so you get the idea. Anyway, yeah. But does anybody remember the old Saturday Night Live skit, How Much You Bench? Or am I the only old person in the room? Tom Stoltman? Oh boy. Wow. I think that's as far as you're getting, Tom. Good. Good fight. He didn't give up. Wow. So Tom's probably gonna lose more ground. It's looking more and more like Banana Hammock is gonna be correct. That Tom is going to fail to podium. Still 2 events to go. It's not a guarantee. This is why we play the game. But as of right now, he's probably going to lose some more. May not lose ground. He may stay in the 7th. He's not going to move up. I don't think he's going to move up on the leaderboard. He needs to be getting closer to the podium, not further away for sure, and probably not staying. So, for all of those people who had Tom Stoltman on their bingo card, especially in the top position, like Tom Stoltman was the center square of the bingo card, not Hollywood squares. That's a completely different center square. It's not looking at so hot right now. How much you bench? £1,417. Where is everyone from? None of your business. Strongest man on earth. All right, Derwinski. Wow. It moved. It moved. Yep, we're still on the yoke. And it appears that 1,400 pounds is a lot to pick up. Who would have thought? Fort Knox! Oh boy. The funny thing is, they have to bring that jack out to roll it back like a quarter of an inch because, like, 7 guys can't move it. Who do you think takes the event win? Well, if the first round is any indication, which it may not be because it's a different ball game going from 1,200 pounds to 1,400 pounds, But if the first round is any indication, Evan Singleton. And if the last couple of events is any indication, probably Evan Singleton. Evan Singleton looks really good. We'll see how Mr. Evan handles picking 1,400 pounds up off the ground. But as of right now, Evan Singleton looks like a good answer. Now, Tristan Hoth completed the course, and that's pretty good. He's the only one to do that so far. £1,400. That's nearly 3/4 of a ton. Lightweight, baby. Lightweight. All right. Who is the next competitor? Because I don't remember from the first round. But it looks like it's Andre Foytu. Or he just came out to say hi to whoever's going next. I'm guessing he's next. But maybe he just wanted to go out and give moral support. Evan Singleton, Lucas Hatton, victorious, 1,134 pounds in the trap bar deadlift. Austin Andrade, Trey Mitchell, tied for third. Stupid stream went out again. Come on, Brian. Come on, stream. Stay stable for me. Nah, I figured Lucas would smash the trap bar deadlift. Usually, if you're good at squats, you're going to be pretty good on a trap bar. Usually. Eddie Williams, the singing strongman. Dang, that's heavy. I think you guys made a mistake. You left a 1,400-pound yoke out here. Who put this 1,400-pound yoke out here? Gee whiz. There you go. Yeah, I think the stairs were 15 inches high. That's right. That sounds right to me. I think that's what I heard. Bryce, big, big, big Bryce. He picked it up and moved it a little bit. So that beats Eddie Williams. Now he's moved past several people. Didn't look like he was going to go very far based on that first drop. First drop, he moved about 3 inches. And the second one, he moved a good distance. And then he kept fighting for another 6 inches here, another 6 inches there, another 6 inches here. Now, he did say the first round that the yoke was too light and it needed to be a couple hundred more pounds to be a challenge. So I guess somewhere in there. All right, Gam. Well, I guess I'm just destroyed then. Appreciate the feedback. The interesting thing about people who just joined is that I have recapped about 75 times. I can't just keep recapping the entire stream for people who join. Otherwise, I would be doing nothing except repeating myself for 4.5 hours. You wouldn't know that if you just joined, though. We'll go back and look at the results through the 6th round when the event is over. While the event is on, we tend to focus on the event. Austin Andrade. Uh, 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 Get across the line. Austin Andrade just said, Tristan Hoth, you have competition. See you again. Later, dude. He impressed himself. That's when you know you did well. That's a really strong Latino. That's Texas strength. Texas strength. I am glad that Andrade blew his nose earlier. That's good. And that probably freed up a couple pounds, which made the yoke carry a lot easier too. You don't want to have to carry around more weight than you have to. I'd blow my nose. I'd take a leak. I'd go take a dump. I would get rid of as many ounces as I possibly could before I tried to carry that. All right. So, guys, here's a real question for you. You guys saw how much Trey struggled in that first round. You guys know about his Achilles. Does he pick this up? I think he probably picks it up because he can lift just about anything. But the question is he able to move with this 1,400-pound yoke? Come on, Trey. We want you to move this. We want you to pick the yoke up and walk approximately 20 feet this direction. And by this direction, I mean towards the goal because I really don't know if it's this direction or not. I'm not sure exactly how anything is positioned. So this may not be the right direction. Come on, Trey. He moved it. He got more than nothing, but uh no good. He's done. Don't have a heart attack, Trey. Are you okay, brother? You're gonna go again after that? I don't know if this is wise. Kind of, worries me a little bit when we see our competitors grabbing their chest. I hope the big man is okay. You okay there, Trey? Oh man. Well, I don't know, man. Yeah, I think he is going to give up his first place position. And if you are holding your pec right before you go into the chest press, it's not a good combination. And then, like I said, I think Evan just mops up the floor and wins the final event. So Trey's in a bit of trouble here. I think Mr. Singleton is really in a good place. He is in a driver's seat right now. If Evan finishes the course here, he'll be on top of the leaderboard. Thomas Evans. Oh, man, it's almost like 1,400 pounds is tough and heavy. I'm telling you guys. Oh, oh. I believe the room just went black. Get that man some oxygen. The human body is capable of some pretty amazing things, but these guys also push their bodies potentially past what the human body is supposed to be capable of. I thought you left, Gim. Did you really come back just to continue to talk smack? That's just weird. It's just weird. Definitely past what is intelligent for sure. My joints and stuff ache all the time because of how hard I push them. And these guys are twice as strong as I am and put their bodies through so much more. It's it's a lot. It's a lot for the human body to endure. It was good to see him get back up after falling. Not good to see him fall. Oh. So how many have we had complete the 1400 so far? Two? Is that right? Two? Yeah, I think we've seen two guys complete the 1400. So Evan can complete this. He jumps out into the first place. And then you got a dinosaur on top. It's funny because even the pallet jack is like, "Get off of me. Please get off of me." Strongman Archives. Yay. Two athletes to go. I thought we had one athlete to go. Oh no, I guess we have Lucas Hatton and Evan Singleton. Humpty Dumpty and a dinosaur guy. Now don't do any Evan things here. Nice and easy, be smart. Don't do anything silly. You know what? That's okay. That's okay. If you can't move it far, just don't like try to take some big leap and fall forward and let that thing crush you. This is not finishing the course, but just don't do anything silly. That's that's okay. That's okay, really. I wasn't sure if he could finish or not. I knew that like if he did finish it, he's on top by sure. I just didn't want Evan to go in there and do any Evan Singletony type things. And you know what I mean by Evan Singletony, right? Try to sprint with it, fall face first, and then he takes himself out of the competition. Like Evan Singleton a year ago probably would have done that. He always just does really bad stuff for himself. He's his own worst enemy. Yeah, he definitely got further than Trey. He definitely got further than Trey. Well, maybe I shouldn't say definitely. I think he got further than Trey. I don't think Trey made it very, very far at all. 1,400-pound yokes. They're kind of heavy. Do I think Lucas finishes? It's kind of hard to put money on anyone finishing based upon the fact that we've only had 2 do it. I'm going to say yes. Lucas Hatton completes the course. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I'm not convinced. But I'm saying yes. He's going to do it. Come on, he's getting the crowd going. He's psyching himself up. I got this. And yes, you do, brother. This is all about you. You got it. Come on, Lucas Hatton. Come on, Lucas. Come on, Lucas. That looks heavy, huh? I'm not sure he got past Bryce Johnson. Thomas. Maybe. Maybe. Maybe 4th. Not sure. Good points. 3rd, 4th place. Good points. Really good points. So we had 2 guys finish that. You got to give mad respect to both of them, right? You got to give mad respect to Tristan Hoth and Austin Andrade. 1,400 pounds across the back, walking 20 feet. Not easy to do. All right. Be interesting to see the official results. Now, I don't think Evan takes the lead with that performance actually, but maybe. I think Thomas Evans may be on top. Thomas Evans might be on top. So Lucas did get the 3rd furthest, 16 feet 4. Good job for Lucas Hatton. Well, Bryce finished ahead of Thomas Evans. Thomas, I think, was a little bit ahead of Bryce. It's close. This is going to be an interesting. I want to see the results. You should be unbelievably happy. You did well. You should be proud of yourself. He's making it sound like it was no big deal. It's only 20 steps. Big deal. Well, last year, if we don't count Brian Shaw as winning the chest press, out of the guys who are left that are competing here, you had Thomas Evans who finished second to Brian, and then I think I think Evan Singleton finished third. So they, in theory, should be your front runner picks in the chest press because they topped the field last year. But we'll see. All right, Evan Singleton is on top by a half a point over Lucas Hatton. Oh my goodness. Half a point lead. Look at that. Evan, I said, has a half a point over Lucas Hatton, and he does, but he also has a half a point over Thomas Evans and Austin Andrade. Half a point first place for Evan Singleton. 3 guys tied for second. That is crazy. Especially like after what we watched what we watched Mitchell Hooper do last year, where he won competitions before we even got to the last event. Like he could take the last event off, and a lot of people liked that. A lot of people didn't. I I think it's cool to watch someone dominate, but I think what's even cooler than watching someone dominate is watching tight, close, dramatic competitions where you have no idea what's going to happen. And you're watching, chewing on your fingernails because you have no idea what the next round holds. You don't know who's going to win. We're all just guessing. That's what you've got right now is you've got a race to the finish. This is exciting stuff. This is what I like. This is what I'm all about. This is what I live for. I hope you guys feel the same. I hope you guys feel the exact same. So we're not going to look at places 9 through, I guess, 14 now. We've had a couple withdrawal. But there's your top 8 after 6. Again, Evan Singleton on the first place gold medal position, 66 points. But who finishes with silver and bronze? Well, right now you've got Lucas Hatton, Thomas Evans, Austin Andrade, all only a half a point behind. We're not even a full point, a half a point behind Evan. And then you've got Trey Mitchell, 1 point behind them. Tom Stoltman in the same 7th place that he was in before the last one, but now he's not only is he several points back, but there's a ton of people in front of him who are all super close. So it's not like he can grab Tom Stoltman can't grab a point or two and pick up anything. He's 4 points behind 6th. Everyone at the top of the field, they're all bunched up. Tom Stoltman would have to hit 2 home runs in a row to really do something, you feel like. But regardless of my starting weekend predictions and a lot of the people in the chat's predictions this weekend being like Tom's going to be number 1 or Tom's going to be on the podium, regardless of the Tom Stoltman talk, just look at the excitement, guys. Evan Singleton on top. And then he has 1, 2, 3, 4 competitors who are less than 2 points away from him with 2 events to go. 4 guys less than 2 points away from first with 2 events to go. And you have 4 guys total who are within a half a point of one another for the overall lead. This is bonkers. This is nuts. And this is what we came here to see. I'm digging it. I'm loving it. I just think this is awesome. I just think this is awesome. Pretty cool stuff. All right. Let's just put up a poll here. Let's see your thoughts, people. Let's see your thoughts. I think what Mitchell Hooper does when he is in top form and he does run away with competitions, yeah, I think it does take a little bit of excitement away from the sport, but I still find it exciting, and I do find it awe inspired. I really am in awe of him and some other dominating performances in the past where guys are just running away with it. You're just like, what did we just watch? That doesn't seem possible. But it does take away some of the mystique. You know, that's something that we haven't had in the last couple of years. Really, you're watching and you lost the ability to really have the kinds of conversations that we say here, where it's tennis volley back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, where you're like, hey guys, who's going to win? And then we have all these pendulum swings where we're so adamant that this guy is going to win, only to watch him fall off the podium in the next event. And then boom, he's back on the podium in one event after that. Guys come from out of nowhere to be, and that's all possible when the contests are close. I think that makes competition way more exciting personally, but that doesn't mean the other isn't exciting. Domination is kind of exciting to watch. It's cool to watch, but it's not as cool, in my opinion, as these close barn burners. This is this is what really gets my juices flowing and just I don't know, makes me a fan of strongman. This I love this stuff. Let's see here. All these guys stepping up, just love it. Me too. Trey grabbed his chest on the heavy yoke. Yeah. Hope Trey's okay. Hope Trey is okay. He better hope he doesn't have a pec issue. Tear would be horrible. But even if it's just strained going into the chest press, that's certainly not what you want. You don't want any kind of pec issues going into this event. But even more so than that, I just hope he's okay. Someone clutches their chest. It could be a pec issue. It could be something that makes pec issues not, seem pretty minor. There are things in this area of the body that are kind of important. So hopefully Big Trey is okay. I think this is awesome. And I want to say to those of you who've been hanging out with me for the last couple days, and for those of you who have been hanging out with me for the last few years, I appreciate you. Even if your name is Banana Hammock, I don't know if I should appreciate Banana Hammock, but I do. So I appreciate you guys for hanging out with me. I appreciate you guys for keeping me company because for years and years and years, I watched this stuff feeling like this great big strongman nerd and being like the only guy who cared about the sport and thinking, what's wrong with me? Why am I not interested in the more normal stuff? Just felt like an outcast. You got to kind of be a freak to be a fan of this sport. And so I appreciate the fact that I'm not the only freak. Thank you guys for being freaks too and hanging out with me. It really is appreciated. And we'll keep doing this for as long as you guys keep showing up and chatting with me. How do you tear a pec on yoke? Well, you got a ton of stuff pressing down on you. And here's a dirty little secret: a lot of these guys don't exactly have the best shoulder mobility, don't exactly have the best mobility, period. And if you're built like Trey Mitchell, I suspect you're one of those guys. I have trouble holding onto the bar when I'm doing squat because I don't have any mobility here. To reach back and hold the yoke right now, like just holding my arm in this position, this hurts right here, and it kind of hurts here too. And I don't have 1,400 pounds sitting on me. So just reaching back for that and under that load, That's how you can hurt your pec with a yoke. I'm your favorite chest playing weightlifting vertically challenged pastor. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I'm certainly in the top 5, right? If I'm not your favorite, I'm definitely in the top 5. Don't really need to see the guys who withdrew from the competition talking about the stuff. That's just kind of weird. You're on the podium, unlike Tom. I see what you did there. It was subtle, but I picked it up anyway. Yeah, Tom's not winning. It would definitely take a miracle. It would take a miracle for Tom and disaster for some others. It'd kind of take a miracle for him to hit the podium at this point. He's got to pretty much come out and hit big first or second place points in both of the next two events. He could have a really good run in the last event. I don't think Tom is going to do very good at this particular event, but really, if you're Tom Stoltman, you need to hit home runs both times, and you need all the guys in front of you to falter. And there's a lot of guys in front of him. That's a lot of guys who need to falter. I think I think Big Tom's going to have to wait for another contest. But man, it is an exciting standings right now. A very exciting standings. I have no idea who's on your podium at the end. And let's face it, none of you guys do either. Right now, it's impossible to know because it's just too close. Which is awesome, I might add. It'd also be awesome if my stream would stay connected. But it keeps crashing on me about every 5 minutes. All right. Let's see here. Evans, Hatton, and Trey won't be great in the last event. Tom Evans will be pretty good, actually. But Evan Singleton is going to be the king at the last event. It's actually kind of interesting. Lucas Hatton, if the stairs were taller, he'd have no chance because he's a little short Humpty Dumpty. With short stairs, he can do really well. That's one of the things that makes it even cooler right now is not only are the standings pretty freaking tight, which is an understatement because they could be no tighter, but with the two events that are left, you're looking at who's on top and you're like, okay, these guys could do well. Okay, these guys, oh, he could do better. No, he could do better than this. You don't know. This is going to be an exciting finish. This is awesome. This is awesome. Event 7 chest press start now. There you go. All right, Maxime Boudreau. Ooh, they just used the word penultimate. That's such a good word. Uh, You should probably. One thing I don't like about this timing thing here is I don't think it really should be timed. Maybe have like a certain number of seconds in between each one, but you got to wait for those kegs to bounce and settle into the spot. You don't want to be benching while they're moving around. I think that kind of penalizes the guys for no good reason, in my opinion. Good job, Max. It looks like it hurts. Strongmen don't bench a lot. They're like not gym bros because you don't see chest press, bench stuff at most competitions. It's all overhead. Good job, Max. Max and Nick are going to dominate the last event because everyone else is 2 inches shorter now when they started the comp. They're probably. Why aren't Max and Nick shorter too? Because they didn't get to the 1400? I guess that's what you mean. 1,400-pound yoke. 5 kegs. All right. Looks pretty tough. This is so cool. This is so cool. It looks like overwhelmingly, not even close. It looks like most people like the types of contests that we're watching right now, where they're too close to call. Not that people don't like watching domination, and not that they don't consider it pretty darn cool and much respect to those who can dominate, but there's just something cool about a photo finish. You know what I mean? Who doesn't love a photo finish? It's like the underdog. We all like rooting for the underdog. And when you got a domination, you can't really root for the underdog because there's no way for the underdog to catch up. When it's a nail biter, they're all a bunch of underdogs. You root for them all. You're like, that's my guy. And then the next guy gets up there and you're like, no, that's my guy. Until the next competitor gets up there and you're like, I was with this guy the whole time. He's my ride or die. We wind up with like 55 ride or die guys. Had his back the whole time, never questioned it for a minute, knew he was going to win all along. Nick is off and running. That's one keg. That's 2 kegs. That's 3 kegs. Three kegs. That's the answer. That's the answer. 3 kegs for Guardione. He's like, hey guys, what do you want me to do about it? It's heavy. And he's right, you know. That's an understatement. Everyone is battered, for sure. Jay's play-by-play peaks when kegs are involved. Kind of ironic since I don't drink, huh? That's probably the difference. Everybody else is thinking about the kegs and being like, how great would I feel right now if I had 1, 2, or 17 of those things? And, I'm just focused on big heavy dudes lifting big heavy stuff. I'm also like energized right now because we're coming to the end of the contest. That's really the secret. You got to pace yourself when you're conducting a 4 or 5 hour stream, or when we do our spreadsheet watch alongs, World's Strongest Man, and I stream for 12, 13 hours talking the entire time. People have no idea how difficult that is. It is a challenge. It is a struggle. It's struggle to try to keep people entertained for that long, especially when you got people coming in and out. I'm the only person that sits there for 12 or 13 hours. Everybody else is there for like 6 minutes, leaves, comes back 2 hours later. It's just tough to do. And once I come to the end here, where we're down to like the final little bit, I can turn the energy up a little bit because I know I don't have to do it for another 3 or 4 hours. Oh, come on, stream. Quit crashing, please. Brian, it behaved so wonderfully yesterday. It went out a grand total of 0 times. Now his stream has been going out for me left and right, left and right. I hope I'm the only one that's suffering from that. I hope you guys are not experiencing my troubles. So I completely missed Eddie Williams' thing with the stream crashing there. So what was he successful? Eddie Williams was successful with 2 kegs and failed the third keg. Is that what happened? Oh, it went from 1 to 3. So what are they doing for him? What, did they stop the timer or something? Did they stop the timer and let him go back in with 2 kegs? Is that what they're going to do? Are they going to make him go all over again? So he has to do no kegs and 1 keg reps again because they don't want to give him too much rest here because that's not fair to the guys, aka, but it's not fair to him if he has to do so. It sounds like that's what they're going to do. They're going to make him do the entire thing again. I think they need to do this where it's not his fault, and even if it does give him a little teeny tiny advantage, you don't penalize him by telling him to go again. You stop that clock, that stopwatch of how much time was left when that second keg rolled out of there. You load it up with a second keg, you get him back in there, you start the time when he starts pressing. Sad, sad, sad. Well, it's not just if they're given the choice to rest and there's I'm ready to go now. It's not just that. I really wouldn't want to be one of the last ones here because then you're more drained for the final event. So that kind of comes in too. Where do I need more energy? Do I need more energy to do this event, or do I need to save up more energy for the final event? So I love how cool the stuff looks at Brian's event at the Strongest Man on Earth. And I love specifically how cool this event looks. But it seems like every single year something goes wrong. There's some kind of wardrobe malfunction for the equipment, right? Some kind of equipment malfunction. And we have athletes every year who get a little bit penalized. And then Brian comes out there and says, well, how do you really want to handle this? Blah, 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 blah. It would be great if we didn't have these equipment malfunctions. So we didn't have to ask the athlete, how do they least want to be screwed, or how do they least feel like they'll be screwed? 0 keg successful. 1 keg. Did it again. Yeah, and there's absolutely no reason, to be honest, with all the money that is spent in building this stuff and setting this stuff up, there is absolutely no reason that they could not build an automated release to remove the human equivalent, which would immediately detect when something rolls across it. So basically, like a track, right? The keg rolls across and automatically resets it. Go across, boom, automatically pops up so that not more than 1 keg can grow. They could easily build something like that. It would not be that difficult. Why they don't have something like that at play is beyond me. They should just remove the human equation. This could easily be mechanized to do it automatically and do it very, very reliably. Okay, I just heard the commentary. There is not a brewery somewhere going, good idea, because it's not working. If it works right, then a brewery might be going, good idea, good idea. But since it's not working properly, can't imagine a brewery saying, good idea, good idea. That's the thing, though. It didn't work right the first time. The guy worked right the first time. Because it's a human. And actually, it was not the case. You had a malfunction last year too. Not this. Um, it was a little bit different. You had one that hung up, had to stop, but not the same as them passing through. The point still being, though, it's a human that's controlling that mechanism. We don't have to do that. There's no rule that means that we have to have a human controlling that. And it really is as simple as like a little lever that detects it basically comes up a little bit and then boom, the keg rolls over it. It relaunches. It locks. Then they just have the little thing to go down. It's free to roll when the next one goes. Boom, pops back up. We don't need a human being doing this. I guess they're talking about it now. This is like one of those. This is like the old. You remember the age-old joke? How many strongmen does it take to move a keg? Well, thank you. If you never miss a stream, then you should have streamed. You should have subscribed a long time ago. But I guess better late than never. Okay, so yeah. Well, I wonder what Brian is saying right now. I think he's telling this guy, if you mess this up again, I'm going to put you in a headlock. And believe it or not, when I tell you this, but I have decent squeezing power. And then the guy's like, I can't help it, Brian. You just saw 2 go. There's no way I can release that fast enough. What do you want to do about it? And then Brian's going to go, it worked fine yesterday, dude. Worked fine last year. Worked fine when the other guy was controlling it. And then there's basically just going to be a big cage match. And if they do have a cage match, my money's on Brian. I don't think that guy can take him. So you guys remember last year we had that big brouhaha, and it took about 45 minutes for them to decide what they were going to do. I wonder how long this one will take. This equipment looks so freaking cool. Leave the thing pulled down and get a ladder and have someone send down each keg instead of the lever. I guess the problem with that is whoever's at the top is going to get awfully tired putting a single keg in there, and they have to be ready to release it universally at the same speed for everybody that comes through there once the rep is. That's a that's basically like taking a human problem and trying to fix it by increasing the human equivalent. So anyway, guys, that whole excitement thing that we had going into this event, where we were all happy and full of smiles and giggles because of how close the contest was and how much fun we were having and how great it was. Let's just keep that same energy. Let's pretend that this isn't happening. Let's just be kind of delusional to ourselves and be like, "Hey, this is awesome." And whoever it was that just unsubscribed, get out of here. You're not welcome here anymore. You are not welcome on my stream if you're going to unsubscribe. Just leave. I don't really care. Just kind of rude, though, to sit there and, stay on my property, walk around on my lawn, and then give me the middle finger. Why would you give me the middle finger when you're standing on my lawn? That's a very tricky machine to run and a very high pressure situation. I'm sure this guy is feeling terrible right now. Look at Chris trying to be supportive, trying to be reasonable. That does not sound like a sports fan at all. Sports fans are never reasonable and supportive. We're irrational. We act like spoiled children and entitled brats. So this is Chris's first day of being a sports fan. All right. So, kind of fun stuff, guys. I don't know. Talk amongst yourselves. My brother was supposed to go get me some dinner. I'm hoping he does that soon because I am hungry. I'm hungry. Bordering on hangry. Overhead press weights in wrong order last year, too. Yeah. There was the I want to say that maybe never mind. I think that was it. Brian is probably pretty hot. He's probably most mad at himself though, because he's pretty good at being like the buck stops here. I bet nobody is really hating the extra rest right now. Unless you're unless you're one of the unless you're Max who got to go and have a score count and you're like, "Can I get some extra rest before I get to go?" That car leg press is another event that is very, very cool to watch. But I'll be honest, when they do the car leg press, it scares the living bejesus out of me. I'm always watching that, and I know it's fastened. I know all these things, but if these events have told us anything, nothing's 100% sure. And I watch that car leg press, and I just keep thinking, "Oh my goodness, I'm gonna wake up tomorrow feeling guilty of being a fan and competitor of the sport because I expect that car just to land on someone's face." And we have our first casualty in a major event because someone got crushed by the equipment apparatus and ended their life. Am I the only one who has ever watched the car leg press and thought, please don't let that fall on this human being. Please don't let that fall on this human being. Please don't let that fall on this human being. Well, I think one of the reasons that they're not doing that is because again, powerlifting is not strongman. They're different, and I don't think he wants it to be powerlifting, which I get. And then in addition to that, if you've been if you think back to the history of strongman, we come from the circus freak show. And if you look at the original like world strongest man competitions, they were as much spectacle as sport. It's all about these big production things and seeing the eighth wonders of the world, these things that are amazing on the eye. It's not just a sport. It's again, it's a spectacle. It's something to watch. And so I think Brian is trying to recreate a lot of that mystery and that mystique, that intrigue. But we also see when you do that, what can go wrong and what can happen. It's kind of sad. Max Searcher deadlift and invite Tom Haviland. Time to have the strongman team individually load the kegs instead of a machine. I think what we should do is maybe have maybe have a bench with extra reinforcement and thick bars, and then have them bench with people hanging on the sides of it right above a foam pit. And you try to get people on each side of the bar who are roughly the same weight, but not exactly, which gives it that stabilizing thing. Then you've got the spectacle. Uh, Hopefully, people have the ability to hold on and do multiple rounds. If they start letting go because the guys come into rounds 2, 3, and 4, then they're just sissies who are messing up the entire event, and then we would just burn them at the stake. Basically, it'd be like, hey, it's your fault that this thing went bad, so I'm sorry, we have to kill you. This is I guess this is what happens when we do this live. All right. It looks like I haven't seen the too many shots of the stands. Were those stands full earlier, or is that always how many people were in the seats? Has it thinned out? People are tired of waiting, or are people taking this opportunity for a break in the action to go get concessions and take tinkle breaks? Or is that how this has been? Every time they've come to Laws and this other gentleman here, I haven't paid attention to his name. Shame on me. Bad Jays. I haven't paid attention to the stands, but they looked only about half full there, and I'm just kind of wondering, has that how it's been the entire 2 days, or I don't know. Has anybody been paying attention to the crowd more than me? Finally, the chest press has come back to SMOE stream. Yeah, something like that. For non-wrestling fans, I apologize for what you just witnessed. And for wrestling fans, I extremely apologize for what you just witnessed. All right. Trey Mitchell up next. I guess we'll learn a little bit about whether or not he hurt the pec at all with that yoke or not right now. Hear me out. They seal the keg loader, fill it with water, and have people cannonball in. I think I'm all right with that. Biggest cannonball splash, max points. Gotta favor Hatton. No kegs? One kegs? Okay, is everybody watching tight here? Okay, that was only a single keg. That's good. Okay. You know that guy has got to be nervous as heck right now, right? I guess that pec is feeling all right. Come on, Trey. He's not going to get reps, though, right? That was too hard. Yeah. He completed the whole stack. Come on. Give the big fellow a round of applause. Give the big guy a hand clap. He deserves it. I guess that pec feels fine, which is really, really good news. All right. Well, we're back in business, guys. Like nothing ever happened. No big deal. You guys were sitting there panicking, acting like they should just get rid of the chest press altogether and like it was ruining the sport and how you were going to have to go and auction away your three firstborn children and we were going to be sitting here for the next 15 hours waiting for them to figure out how to finish this up. You guys were such panicky little babies. And I was over here calm and cool. Didn't hear me say anything about it. I knew they'd figure it out in short order. Didn't even bother to comment on it because I knew it was just a matter of seconds. You guys should take a cue from me and be a lot more calm and cool. The current standings, here's all you need to know is you have four guys who are separated first place by half a point. And you have another gentleman who's back by a point and a half. So you have five guys in the top who are vying for first place who are only separated by a grand total of 2 points. First through fifth place, 2 points apart. That's what you need to know about the standings right now. It is tight. Ultra tight. Or Mark can go ahead and give you the results if you want them. Oh, I like how we paid Austin Andrade the ultimate respect by not using his name and just calling him Mexican Eddie. Spurgeon, one keg, no problem. Spurgeon, 2 kegs, no problem. He actually looked like that really was super light. He's not even trying yet. Spurgeon must be a great bencher. He's not even moving. Those all look easy for him. 5. That was the first one that really made him work. 6. He's doing great. Man, Josh Spurgeon has been a stud this entire competition. Wow. Josh Spurgeon has been impressive. I thought he was going to get it because he made that 7 look easier than Trey Mitchell did. Oh, he's going to try another, taking some rest and breaks. That very, very good. I don't care that he didn't get the last one. I am totally and utterly impressed by Josh Spurgeon. Oh, my brother returned with some food. God bless you. Bringing me food is like it's like a free pass to heaven. Tater tots. Okay, where's the meat? Meat. Do I have more meat or just one meat? Oh. Oh. I don't need those for this stuff. Oh, I got a burger, right? It's okay. I'll take you. All right, thank you. All right, I apologize in advance. You guys are going to see me eat on camera. The AI cancellation software should keep you from hearing me smack. I can't promise that, but you guys are go ah. This has lettuce and mayo on it. Well, it's not. That's disgusting. Who would put mayo on something? Just go return them all. Yeah. It's terrible, man. I don't think my brother wants to be on stream. He just did this. You don't want to be on stream, right? See, yeah, he doesn't like the idea. Sorry, guys. I'll just go ahead and eat some tater tots. Uh, darn it. Anyway, yeah, Justin Spurgeon looks great. Well, you know what, Thomas Campbell? Let me let you in on a secret. I can be a little bit whiny about him doing me a favor because this is my house and he lives here rent free. So if I ask him to go get me a burger or something, I don't think that's too much to ask for since he, again, pays no freaking rent to live in my house. Andre Foytu looking good, looking strong, looking almost as powerful as me. But not quite. Not quite. Uh, he was close. He was close. Also, for those keeping score at home, he was going to go back anyway because he ordered the same thing. And we both hate lettuce and mayo, and his sandwich was the exact same way. So it wasn't just me complaining, it was both of us complaining about the same thing. So, Last year when we did this, these guys really, really struggled with the chest press. So these guys must have been doing a lot of chest work in the last year plus, getting ready for this in expectation. Okay, anyway. I still have to go to the gym when this is over. That's terrible. There's a nice ketchup reference. I like it. I appreciate that. Excuse me. That hurt. All right. Number of kegs for Tom. Make your predictions in the comments. How many kegs is Tom getting? Six. That was pretty tough. That was pretty tough. That looks pretty tough. So, yeah, that bicep looks pretty bad. The bicep does not look good. So, question for you: is it better to be looking good or to be good looking? Which is better? That's the real poll, right? These are the types of questions that we really want to know. See, these are the types of questions that are important because the sport depends on it, and they're very, very much, relevant. All right. Evan did say that his goal was to complete the whole stack. It's a nice little grimace there, little grunt. He's got a half a point lead to protect here. If he stays on top, good. All right. Evan T Rex Singleton. You do the full stack, and no, just don't rep it out, just get one. That puts you in good place. If you rep it out, you are the stud. Uh-oh. Oh, my stream is screwing up again. Come on, stream. Not in the middle of an event. Okay, 6 kegs. 7 kegs. That looked really easy. That was the easiest 7th keg for sure. 8 kegs. I think he's going to get a second rep. I think he's going to get a second rep. Got a bit of a coming out party here for Evan T-Rex Singleton. I think if he would have milked that rest, he might have been able to get another. Evan is doing really well. There's no cutting the man short. Pretty freaking awesome. And don't forget, I already pre-called a win in the last event for Evan Singleton. So is it too early to talk? I mean, Thomas Evans has something to say here, right? He has something to say about this. It's not over yet. But is it too early to call? Is it too early to start talking about Evan Singleton being the strongest man on earth? Strapped in, got your seatbelt on. We're ready. We are ready. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. There we go. This is what it all comes down to. That's 1. That's 2. I would take some rest here if I were you. Take some rest. I think he should have taken a little bit of time there. I think he should have taken a little bit of rest there and milked that clock. That probably is a silver medal winning performance, though. We'll see what Lucas Hatton can do. There's good stuff, man. All right. Tom Evans could be, but I don't think anyone's beating Singleton in the next event. Singleton got 9. He did the full stack, 2 reps, same as Thomas Evans. I think Thomas Evans might have been able to get a third if he had just did the second, just took 10, 12 seconds there to rest and pushed it out in the final 5 seconds. But who knows? Maybe not. But I would take my time. I would just take my time. All right. Bryce. Two. Three. Tom got 6 reps. 4. 5 reps. 6 reps, or 5 kegs. Here comes the 6th keg. That was a pretty big struggle. I don't know that he's got another one in him. Nah. That's not happening. It's not happening. All right, guys. Lucas Hatton up next, I believe. I believe. And we don't. We still have. Eddie Williams and was it Wesley Derwinski? We still have Eddie Williams and Wesley Derwinski to go because of the equipment malfunction, right? Yeah. Lucas Hatton, here we go. All right, Lucas Hatton. He's going to do this. He's going to do this. He says he likes a really narrow grip. There'll be a lot of tricep pressing power. Thank you, brother. I'm glad you weren't on the camera at that point. That's funny. We got plenty of sauce in the room. Well, thank you. Oh. He got it. He got it. He's got it. He's got it. There you go. There you go. Nice try. Come on. Come on. Move. Move. I still think Evan Singleton wins the last event. So now Singleton has to split points second with Thomas Evans, potentially more if someone else steps up here and does this, like Austin Andrade. But as long as he only has to split points with one, all he has to do is have one person between himself and Lucas Hatton so that Singleton wins. But as of right now, Hatton is controlling his own destiny. He's in the driver's seat. We shall see. This goes back to our pre-event speeches about how tight this is and how exciting it is. This is super, super exciting. Isn't it kind of nice that we'll be going into the final event having to watch the final event to see what happens rather than knowing what happens before it ever starts? So when I was laughing when my brother brought me the food, it's kind of funny. My brother was a big dude, like like these boys big dude, but not in their kind of shape. I'm the only lifter in the family. Um, my brother's an over 300-pound dude. Um, and so anyway, he's been losing weight. Props to him. Um, about 7 months ago, he was about 360, 370. Now he's like 305. So he's been working hard. Very proud of him. Uh, but his shorts fell down as he was handing me my food. So it's kind of funny. Not happening. Not happening. All right. All right, guys. This is awesome. And again, don't forget that Eddie Williams and Derwinski get to go when everybody's done. So I guess we'll see how the rest did them. Here's your winner of the last event, who apparently thinks walking with 1,400 pounds on you is no big deal. All right, Tristan Hoth, much wider presser. We're looking at a third keg here. Will Tom ever win a major title other than World's Strongest Man? Yes. Yes. Come on, lock it out. Good job, brother. That's probably going to be it. He could win any of them, but if I was a betting man, I'd say Rogue. The ASC is probably going to be a little too heavy for his particular stylings. The SMOE, me and a lot of people thought that he'd win it this year, which that's not happening. Who knows if the bicep thing hadn't been there? I don't know. But if he could win this, then all of them are potential. If you can win Strongest Man on Earth, you can win Arnold Strongman Classic. You can win any of them. But if I look at World's Strongest Man, how it's structured and what it's most similar to, I'd say the Rogue Invitational. And yeah, but regardless, the question is, do you think Tom ever wins a major title outside of World's Strongest Man? And yes, I do. I think there's way too much talk into the whole notion that Tom is only good one time a year and only good for World's Strongest Man. People just talk like that, and they talk like he's a slob at the other events. But you have to stop and think. He stood on an awful lot of podiums. He may never have won the other ones, but he's been pretty darn close a lot of times. It's not like he gets outclassed. All right, Eddie Williams is back for attempt number 2. 1 rep again. 2 reps in 1 keg, part 2. I would be gutted for either him or Derwinski if the machine malfunctions again and we get multiple kegs. Come on, Eddie. Come on, Eddie. Not happening. Doesn't matter for his legacy if Tom wins 2 to 3 more World's Strongest Man titles. If he doesn't win another title, there will be people who clown on him no matter how many he wins. If he wins 4 World's Strongest Men, if he wins 5, if he becomes the all-time record holder and wins 6 World's Strongest, there will be people, there will 100% be people who clown on him because it's just a one competition. Plus, they'll talk about favoritism and the Colin Bryce effect and how things were there. It's never difficult. It's never difficult in pro sports at all. I don't care what the sport is to find detractors or to find people who are looking for reasons to discourage someone or be a quote unquote hater, as they say. And so yeah, I think if that's the only major title that Tom wins, there will be a vocal minority of people who do crap on him. But I don't think he's going to have to worry about it because I do think that he ultimately wins another title. I do think that. And maybe I'm thinking as a fan that wants to see it happen so that people don't just talk smack about him once he's done. I don't know. There could be some of that in me because I'm kind of like an encouraging type guy and I want good things for people. So maybe that's at play, um, but I don't think I'm thinking like a fan. I think I'm thinking as a logistician who watches a lot of stuff and sees how things go and notice that Tom's been on a lot of podiums, even when they're not called WSM. And so ultimately, I think one of these times he stops being a bridesmaid and actually becomes the bride, wins another championship. I believe that. I truly do believe that. Now, obviously, with each passing year, it gets harder because, as you guys can tell from this competition and other competitions that we have coming on, we've got a great crop of young guys coming up. They're getting better at younger ages all of the time. And so, with each passing year, your job gets harder and harder and harder to keep these young bucks at bay. His bicep did not look very yummy. I got a dog that's whining here. I'll have to tend to him in a minute here. It's okay, Tucker. It's okay. It's okay. All right. Objection calls for speculation. All right. Derwinski is done. While they reshelf this, I'm going to go ahead and tend to my dog. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Now that I'm back and they're showing Hatton 1 point lead over Evan, Evan half-point lead over Thomas Evans, Evan over Evans. Podium looks pretty well locked in. My Trey Mitchell isn't going to be on it more than likely. But anyway, now that I'm back, I got a question for you guys. Here's a real important question for you guys. Who's in the mood for a very embarrassing overshare at my expense? Who's in the mood for an embarrassing overshare at my expense? It's always good to mock and make fun of the host, right? All right, here you guys go. Here's my very aggressive, very embarrassing overshare. I had to take my dog out while I was taking my dog out, I thought I might as well relieve myself too. So here's the thing. I have officially, you guys have been told that I'm a pretty strong guy. You know this. Some of you have seen proof in videos and other different things. Um, but I'm not in my athletic prime. I've talked about how my prime is behind me. Well, here's an indication of how much my prime is behind me. I have officially reached that age where it doesn't matter how many times I shake it. I'm going to have some dribblage and a little bit of slippage that's going to land in my jeans afterwards. You know, I can shake it 3 times. I can shake it 5 times. I can shake it 47 times. It doesn't really matter. It's not all coming out until I zip up. And then I'm going to be like, dang it. There's an overshare, embarrassing at my expense. True story. It happens with age, guys. It happens. I'm sorry. And I have reached that point in my life. There you go. Now, where is that on your list of things that you did not expect to hear on the live stream today? Or better yet, who had that on their bingo card? Sad, sad times. Sad, sad times. I think I'm boycotting the next, well, the next every birthday. I'm just gonna stop aging right now. No more aging for me. I'm boycotting it permanently. Excuse me. One event to go, folks. Just one more event until we crown a 2025 strongest man on earth. All right. I think we can do a final poll. Why not? Who will win SMOE? The fans, because we have no clue. That's truer now than it ever has been before, that's for sure. Evan needs to win the event, and then he needs Hatton to finish in third place or worse to win. If Singleton wins, Hatton finishes third place or worse, Singleton wins. Now, obviously, Singleton doesn't have to win. That's just the easiest path to victory. And then Hatton, since he's on top, should he win this event, I don't look for him to do that, but should he win this event, he can't be caught. Thomas Evans, kind of in the same place that Evan and Hatton is in. The worst thing that Thomas Evans has going against him is that he's trailing more than one, and you gotta beat them. So, easier path to victory for Singleton and Hatton. I think Evan Singleton is your 2025 strongest man on earth. I really think that. I really think Evan Singleton is your strongest man on earth. But it is far from far from a foregone conclusion, which is refreshing and cool because we haven't had this happen very often lately. We haven't looked at the leaderboard going in and see, oh my goodness, a lot of stuff could happen here. It was like, okay, here's your first place guy. This is probably your second place guy. We got a couple guys who can finish third. So this is pretty awesome. I'm jazzed. I'm ready for this. I'm also ready for the evening to be over, if I'm being honest. Again, I still have to go to the gym. I got to get up for work early in the morning. Don't want to do that. Got a Monday to look forward to. Ugh. What event are they on? The final one, Sharon. We thought you abandoned us. Like you're like, hey, I'm going to stop in one time and then never come back. We're just getting ready to go to the final event. And it's a shame that you missed today because today has been the most exciting strongman day of competition that I can remember in I don't know how long, and that's sincere. It has been super ultra tight. Most of the day has been where you got a half a point separating the guys in first and second place, and you've had less than 5 points all day long separating your first through sixth place. At one point, we had the top 5 positions separated by fewer than 2 points. Just incredible. It looks like from the poll, we're kind of predicting an Evan Singleton win right now. But it is definitely not a sure thing. Your boy, Thomas Evans, he's right up there. He's a contender. He's in snatching distance of the championship. It looks like you basically have a 4-horse race right now between Evan Singleton, Lucas Hatton, Thomas Evans, and Austin Andrade. You got Trey Mitchell in the 5th place position. And the top 4 guys have got themselves a little bit of a cushion. It is really tight first through fourth. Hatton has a 1 point lead over Singleton, who is a half a point over Evans. Singleton will probably, or at least I'm guessing, win the last event. And if he wins the last event, he's got a darn good chance of winning the entire thing. Uh, if he beats Lucas Hatton, if Lucas Hatton finishes third or worse, and Evan Singleton pulls off a win, the dinosaur wins. But it has. I don't care who wins at this point. I mean, I care because I want to watch it and cheer the guys on. But when I say I don't care who wins, what I really mean is I've gotten what I wanted out of this. This was $25 well spent, in my opinion. This was 2 days of good competition, great entertainment. I've thoroughly loved this, and again, I appreciate you guys for hanging out with me. Hey, if you personally know Thomas Evans, then it would be wrong of you to cheer on anyone else. You should cheer for the home team. My son is a strongman. Sitting in the arena, we have no idea what the standings are. Can anyone help? My son is a strong. Are you telling us that you're actually there at the strongest man on earth in person and you don't know who's on the leaderboard right now? That is crazy. That is crazy. Okay, so you've got Lucas Hatton in first place right now. You've got Evan Singleton 1 point back. You've got Thomas Evans a half a point back of him. And then you've got Austin Andrade, I believe, 1 point back of him. Then you've got Trey Mitchell. And then after the top five, I don't have it memorized. I'm sorry. Thomas Evans is a great guy. He went to school with your oldest daughter, and he has a heart of gold. Well, I usually prefer having a heart made out of muscle tissue, valves and chambers and blood vessels and things of that nature. It tends to work better, but if you're going to have a heart and it's not made out of those things, gold, I guess, is an all right choice. But um, it just depends. Everyone has their own priorities. Getting to see some stairs loaded. Those are the stairs they'll be loading stuff onto. Very, very low power stairs. I kind of like the fact that Brian uses lower power stairs at his contests. As a short guy, I appreciate that. Some of these contests, these power stairs are so obnoxiously tall. It really feels like if you're not a tall competitor, you don't stand a chance. How tight are the points? As tight as they can be. As tight as they can be. Any tighter, and people would be like, wow, we can see these standings nipples. Or some other tight joke. I don't know. Insert tight joke here. It's crazy how close it is. When he was a senior in high school, my youngest daughter, who was in second grade, thought Thomas Evans was fantastic. The football players would go to elementary schools and spend time with all the kids. Yeah. We did stuff like that when I played football and wrestled too. But nobody was really wowed by me because me and the kids were basically the same height. All the kids like the big kids, right? I was the older kid, but I wasn't the big kid. As a matter of fact, usually when I'm talking about, my youth, people like to say, when I was about yay high. But since I've always been the same height, I don't go when I was about yay high. I usually say when I was about, well, the same height I am now, but a lot younger. All power stairs are a problem for short kings, but these stairs are less of a problem for short kings than normal power stairs because these are a lot lower than your usual power stairs. These are only 15 inches. Um, Sometimes they have 18-inch. I've seen even as high as 20-inch power stairs, which I just think is obnoxious and rude. Incredibly rude. Why do you, out of curiosity, why do you want anyone but Hatton to win? I saw you say that earlier too. You're allowed to have your own feelings. I'm not I'm not hating on them, but I'm curious, what makes you say that you want anyone but Hatton to win? Like what is it about him specifically or whatever that makes you have that sort of um I guess feeling? Stoltman is pretty much out of it. Now I'm kind of sorry I asked. I don't really like that kind of talk. It's okay to not like him, but let's keep the language a little cleaner. Let's be classy. One event to go to crown a champion, people. One event to go. Lucas Hatton, 81 and a half. Evan Single, 80 and a half. Thomas Evans, 80. Trey Mitchell, 77 and a half. Austin Andrade, 76 and a half. For whatever reason, I had those guys reversed. I had Austin on top of Trey. I'm not sure why I did that. But your podium looks pretty good, but in theory, it could go in any order because you got a 1.5 points between first and third. It's crazy how tight this is. Lucas Hatton has short legs. Lucas Hatton has short legs. Let's see what those power stairs do to him. Evan Singleton is 6'5" and a power stairs master. Front carry into power stairs. Now that's another thing though. Like, you know, Evan Singleton is a power stairs master. I'm not so sure that he loves the front carry. In fact, he's openly said that he doesn't. But he's so good at the power stairs, like he can just make up with that. He's not bad at the front carry, but I guess when we're writing the verdict already and being like Evan Singleton wins the last event, it's just can he win by enough to hold off Thomas Evans and Lucas Hatton? That may be a bit premature talk. I mean, these guys have to go out here and do the event, and let's face it, all we've seen for the last two evenings is that uh, we don't really know what's going to happen because every guy swings big, and then their opponent come back and answers big. It has been exciting. It has been awesome. This I don't know. I'm just digging it. I'm just digging it. Yep, this is the one with the weird fire hydrant thing. I like how we're all saying it isn't heavy. It's pretty easy for us to say that when we're not the ones picking it up, and we haven't just been through 2 days and 7 events of utter hell. Right now, They probably all feel like they have hearts of gold, meaning they're incredibly heavy and they're not sure if their hearts are working anymore. I know only Thomas Evans has a heart of gold, but I assure you, Sharon, right now, every man left in this field feels like their heart is made of gold. They're all wanting extra oxygen, extra blood flow, extra rest, and an extra big steak dinner. Yes, Thomas, they all said it wasn't heavy in equipment testing. They didn't say that after 2 days of utter hell and 7 events. This is going to be awesome. This is just going to be awesome. That's all there is to it. This is going to be awesome. Yeah, those stairs are for short guys like me. I'm a lot bigger fan of those than I am most power stairs. Max is really good at power stairs too. But some of those power stairs at these events, they're just so tall. It's just, like I said, it's just rude. No one needs a 20-inch step. Well, that's what we decided at the start of the weekend, that whoever survives, they're the real winners. All right. It's time for some strongman action, which means I get a little bit quieter until the rounds are up, and then I run my fat mouth some more. All right, here we go. Here we go. Nick is fast. Fast. Wow. I said Max is really good at stairs. Look at that. One of the things that's interesting about these power stairs, too, is even though I will say this, even though I was just talking about how these power stairs are lower than a lot of them, that's offset a little bit by the fact that this power stair weight is a lot taller than the usual weight of the power stairs. You usually have to go lower, which means if you just stand up, if you just like deadlift it, it's already high enough to clear the thing. You got to pick it up. This is so tall, you've got to lift it a lot higher than is comfortable to get it on the platform. So that doesn't really favor the little guys either. So it's not just the height of the stair, it's the fact that the weight is tall. This is kind of a double whammy. All right. So that's one round to go, only a bunch more. If Max can pick up 40 points, he can podium. Are you sure? How many points is he at right now? I like the bro hug. Well, that assumes that the guys on the podium don't get any points, though, right? They're going to get some points. The math only maths if they all zero. They can't all zero. Eh. Details, schmetails. It's a pretty good time, it really is. Even if they are the first round and they're the low point guys. But, you know, it's probably not enough for 40 points. It's probably not a 40-point performance. 37, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just feeling like this is a T Rex. I'm just feeling like a T Rex championship is what we're about to watch. No, they can't score 40 points. That's just us young bucks talking smack, Sharon. We just run in our mouths. Wesley Derwinski. I really do think Evan's going to win. I really do. And, I think Evan Singleton can win a lot of competitions if he stays out of Evan Singleton's way. He's been getting a little bit better at that lately. All right. We are getting ready to have another round of action. Got a pretty buff guy in the stands there. Several buff guys in the stands. It's almost like people who work out like to watch other people who work out. Definitely slower than the first round. Whoa. Eddie just falling over. Okay. Derwinski is going. He's starting to feel it. He's getting tired. He's getting tired. He's still going strong. Come on, Eddie Williams. I'm going to go ahead and close the poll since we're getting ready to come up on the guys who are named in the poll. If I wait until after that, they start competing, it kind of becomes a way to cheat and just wait to see what happens. So there we go. 53% of us are predicting an Evan Singleton win. Lucas Hatton is in second place in our chat with 21%. 13% of people think that Thomas Evans is walking out a champion. And then Trey Mitchell, 11%. I think the Trey Mitchell 11% are just indicative of people being big fans of the big fella like me. I think that's a little bit of a stretch. Not just because of what he has to do, but what the other three guys would have to do as well. If you're voting Trey Mitchell in that poll, you're definitely voting with this and not this. Because Trey Mitchell could have an amazing performance and smoke it and win hands down. But that means all three of the other guys have to falter in a big way. A big, big way. Thank you very much. I got all 1,023 of them today. Yep. As expected. It's not like I've been working on that number for 3 or 4 years. It's all today. Sounds a lot more impressive if I went from 0 to 1,000 in one day rather than in 1,000 days. Because it's probably closer to the truth is that I'm averaging one subscriber per day. Wow. I'm spectacular and awesome. Time to queue up another round. Whoa, looked like Eddie was going to fall off the pedestal. Yeah. Let's stick with it was at 7 when you came on last night instead of 970. Let's stick with 7. Make it sound like I did something really amazing in the last 24 hours. Basically, if you look at the answer to the poll, Carlo, you've got your standings pretty much. Pretty much. Hatton's actually on top with Singleton in second, Evans in third, Mitchell in fourth, Andrade in fifth. 1, 2, and 3, super duper close. Fourth and fifth, pretty close between each other, but separated from the triple pack at the top, the podium. Brian Shaw. So much smaller than he used to be, and still an uber ultra huge guy. It's kind of weird to think about how big he was. All right. Carrying the cross, carrying the cross. Some power stair action now between Spurgeon and Foytu. Foytu looks like he has bowed out. Foytu has bowed out. Your coach is there with his coach, Alec, who's Hatton's coach. So you want him to win, but Evan is dangerous. Your coach is there with. That seems like one of those. My friend is this person's friend, who's this person's cousins, who's this person's sister's uncle's twin-in-law type situations. Trying to track it back. Doesn't sound as hard as I'm making it out to be. Your coach is there with his coach, Alec, who happens to be Hatton's coach. So your coach and Hatton are coached by the same person. So Hatton's coach is your grand coach. Is that right? Sweet. Okay, we're getting close, guys. We be getting close. We be getting super, super close. Now, I think Lucas would be his lifting uncle. Yeah, Lucas would be his lifting uncle, I believe. But Lucas's kids would be Carlos Lifting's cousins. All right, Tristan Hoth. Man, did he show himself to be a mountain of a man and one tough cuss with that 1,400-pound yoke. I bet that cross doesn't feel very good on those biceps. All right. Tom makes it to the top first. It was already up there, Tom. You don't have to keep pushing it. Tom's height is helpful here for sure. Oh, don't fall over, Tom. His arm has to be hurting. Come on, Tom. Come on, Tom. Tom is dying. He's in pain. Come on, Tom. Don't give up on the last step, brother. Come on, Tom. Don't quit on the last step. Heartbreak. Heartbreaking. Heartbreaking. Gonna talk to Big Tom here. Are you okay, brother? Yeah, I'm okay. Let me talk to both of you here in front of the crowd. Oh, stream, please stop messing up. You guys, I have had to restart my Strongest Man on Earth stream at least 15 times tonight, and I do not think I am exaggerating in the slightest. It has crashed so many times on me. I'll be glad when I finally get back in front of my old machine with all of its horsepower. I need it back. That cross that they're carrying is probably at least 2 feet taller than I am. Yes, give it up for Tristan Hoth and Tom Stoltman. Give it up, give it up, give it up. If there's anyone that's watching that's not subscribed yet, please go ahead and hit this thing so it can say 1025, because I think it would be really cool if it's easily divisible by a number of quarters, and that would make it 41 quarters, which would be pretty cool because I'm a math nerd. So give me a roll of quarters and one extra quarter. Make that say 1025. I'll take it. Don't unsubscribe. Don't feel bad for me and my math nerdiness and take it back down to 41 quarters. We'll leave it at 41.04 quarters. Even makes it to the top of the stairs and keeps going right off the back, head first into the ground. Greatest ending of strongman event ever. No, don't unsubscribe. Why would you do that? Thank you. Be nice. Stay there. Stay there. Okay. Big Bryce Johnson. Bryce had a not very good one day until the very, very end of day one when he took an event win. And then he's been a pretty big stud in day two. Bryce. Andrade beats him across. Lucas Hatton won the chest press. Two people subscribed and then unsubscribed just to tease me. Come on, Bryce. Oh, fatigue is really settled in now. Come on. There you go. There you go. Austin Andrade is spent. Now we went below 1025 down to 1024. I'll just shed some 45-year-old tears. Good job, Andrade. Good job, Andrade. Okay, this is pretty amazing, dudes and dudettes, or whatever the proper nomenclature is. We're down to the nitty gritty, guys. We're about to crown a champion. We're getting so stinking close to crowning a champion. Now, if you guys watched this event the last time that Thomas Evans competed in it, he really did not like the power stairs. The last time Thomas Evans did this at Strongest Man on Earth, he really, really looked like he despised the power stairs. So I'm hoping he's put a lot of work into that, gotten ready for that, and he can battle and push and push and push. And I'm hoping Lucas Hatton's little legs don't get in the way. Well, not little legs. I should say short legs, because there's nothing little about Lucas Hatton's legs. But hopefully the length is not a big problem. And then I hope we just have a three-way crash course finish to the title. And we need Evan Singleton to just not Evan Singleton. That's all we need him to do, is do not be Evan Singleton in the last event. Nice and controlled. That's all he has to do, is be nice and controlled. I did not look at the tiebreak rules and whether they were doing count back, or I don't know if they're looking at who did the best at the prior event, who has the most wins. Or I didn't really look to see. To be honest, I didn't think it was very likely that that we'd be asking that question, because we haven't been asking that question in strongman in quite some time. We haven't seen too many close contests. It didn't really seem like something to worry about. This is just crazy in a good way, in a very good way. We only have 2 rounds to go, people. 2 rounds to go. And then it's all over. We talk about the event a little bit. I go to bed, get a little bit of energy before we have to do our next big Grand Slam event. What was the issue with that frame handle? Uh, what frame? What issue are we talking about? The frame handle. Yep. Rogue is the only Grand Slam event of the season left. I'll stream it. It probably won't be the only event that I stream for the rest of the year. I'll probably get another 1 or 2 in, but that's the last of the Grand Slam events. And I do stream, even though they do their own streams, because people show up and hang out with me, and I like that. And there goes the stream crashing on me again. So I'll refresh for the 19th time or so. I don't know. Tom Stoltman and the frame. No one ever commented on it other than me. Thomas Evans, for someone who really seemed to hate the stairs before, he looks good. Of course, he was banged up and kind of injured the last time we did this, so he's he's doing good. Maxime is an all-star when it comes to the power stairs. Thomas Evans. Thomas Evans. Come on, get it up there. Get it up there. Thomas Evans having trouble getting it up on this last step. Oh man. Thomas Evans is battling. Come on, Thomas Evans. There he goes. He got it. I think Thomas Evans is on your podium. He does not win for sure, but Thomas Evans is going to go ahead and taste some hardware at the strongest man on earth. Trey Mitchell fails to complete it. They look slightly tired, you know that? They look a little bit tired. So, Sharon, your boy did not win the strongest man on earth, but I do believe he'll be coming home with a trophy. Yeah. Oh boy. Yep. We have a dinosaur versus a dinosaur egg up next, because that's kind of what Lucas Hatton looks like. But he is one powerful egg, let me tell you. Lucas Hatton is the most powerful egg in the history of eggs. One more round, Sharon. That's it. Tie break as both men face Brian Shaw in a stone off. That would be rude. Not because Brian Shaw is a fantastic stone lifter. Not because that could be offset by the fact that Brian has not been training strongman and is focused elsewhere, but the fact that Brian hasn't been competing in the strongest man on earth for the last 2 days. That would just be rude, rude, really rude. Fans would love it. Thomas Evans wants some oxygen, you can tell. Everybody in Colorado wants oxygen, but I think there's very few people who want oxygen as much as Thomas Evans does. That man is hurting. Thomas Evans is being really classy and really, really tired. He did. Your boy did you proud, and your whole town slash children's school district slash Carlos training uncle and grand coach, even though that's on the opposing team. Thomas Evans did everybody proud. So, yeah. But now we come down to gentlemen in first and second place squaring off. This is what you want to see. Gold and silver squaring off against one another. You got to favor Evan Singleton here. You just have to. No disrespect to Lucas Hatton, but this is an event that just Evan Singleton does super good at. Um, but it's not enough for him to beat Lucas Hatton. He has to beat Lucas Hatton and hope that Lucas Hatton doesn't do well. Now, one of the things that Evan Singleton has going for him is that Max Boudreau did what Max does on Power Stairs and put down a heck of a run. If Evan can beat Max Boudreau, it's looking pretty darn good of him. Hatton is actually beating Evan, but we're at the stairs now. They are racing. They are racing. Hatton is starting to fade a little bit. I don't know. I don't know. They just finished the event, and I have no idea. I have no freaking clue. I don't know. I literally do not know. Tell us the results. Everybody's waiting, including the two guys standing on top of the stupid boat. Tell us who is your winner. Is Hatton close enough time-wise to protect that lead? Did Hatton do enough to protect that 1-point lead? Singleton finished behind Boudreaux, I think. I don't think Singleton beat Boudreaux. Or maybe he did. Oh, man, I don't... Okay, guys. It's a good answer. They're making us all wait. I'm getting sick to my stomach. So nervous. I take this stuff way too seriously. I need to calm down. My heart's doing this. My heart might be beating as fast as someone that just competed at SMOE. I don't know. Ah. You know, Brian, I respect you tremendously, and I could listen to you talk forever. But just give us some results, man. Just tell us who won. You better go talk to Lucas some too, because he might be your winner, and now you're giving all this time to T Rex. Here comes the event results. Maxime wins. Westerwinski. What? Oh, Evan actually finished fourth. I thought he did better than that. But Lucas finished sixth. That means he puts the 1 point above. They have a point tie. Based on the results they just showed, the points would be a tie. No, was it 1 point or half point? 1 point, one position. He'd win by 1 point. He'd win by 1 point. Evan wins by 1 point. I'm not going anywhere yet, though. They got to come back and make this official. And those times were like hundredths of a second. And we've got people who were completing frame carries when they don't even carry a frame past the line. And we've got kegs that drop multiple kegs at a time. There's still a lot of stuff that could happen here. The intrigue, the mystery, the energy, the everything. I just want them to come back and announce the stuff, really. That's kind of what I'm doing at this point, is stalling, so they can announce the winner. I think the best thing that we could say about Evan is that Evan did not beat himself. And those of us who have followed the sport for a long time, even if I'm not a big fan of Evan, I've never, ever, ever said anything bad about his talent. I just say that I don't like the whole gimmick thing, and I don't like the fact that he's so intense that he forgets to slow down and think sometimes. You got to be calculating. And he really is usually his number one enemy. Hats off to him. This time, he showed fantastic static strength. He showed fantastic athleticism when it counted. He showed durability. And he didn't show mental mistakes. He was focused and in the game. Evan Singleton showed up, showed out, and hats off to the man. Hopefully, this is the same Evan Singleton that we see in the next event, and the next event, and the next event. Well, here we go. Here we go. The official, the official scores. Here we go. Come on. Come on, guys. Put the results on the screen. Right now. I demand it. Give some trophies away. They don't really listen to me, so my demands don't mean anything. But I'm trying to pretend I have some stroke. I don't have any stroke. I will never have any stroke. But I'm doing my best to pretend. In the grand scheme of things, I guess what we can say is, back to this morning's video I made about the whole frame carry drama. Tom being among the leaders when day one came to an end from scooting a frame that he should have carried over the line, finishing out of the top 5, out of the top 6. I guess it really doesn't matter anymore. So, in the grand scheme of things, I guess in the end it didn't matter. But I still think that we need more rule clarity, and we need to know exactly what happened there, whether it was allowed, whether it was disallowed, and just in general, what the heck happened. Whether it ultimately played into the final standings or not. But now we need to give away some hardware, guys. I have 2 boys that I say are mine. The state of Missouri wildly disagrees with that. My ex-wife had 2 boys from a previous marriage. I have never personally fathered a child. So much for that compliment. I can't even take credit for it. Drats. All right, those are some nice trophies. They're really pretty. Come on, Brian. Let's get this done, brother. Yes, they will.
Down to the finish. Power stairs with Singleton against Hatton, and Evan Singleton had that slight edge at the end. Evan Singleton needed to beat Lucas Hatton. He needed to put one person in between them to clinch the strongest man on earth title. And while we still do some math, Evan Singleton had a job to do. And how about that last look? Just staring down Hatton before he made his way to the top of the stairs. Let's go down to Brian Shaw, who will have our complete podium presentation.
Colorado, USA.
All right, guys, so these are the trophies that these gentlemen have been fighting for the last 2 days. These are custom, they are handmade, hand-forged. David Watkins is a gentleman's name that does this, but these are absolutely works of art. And it's very important to me, as I have told you guys before, that the trophies that these guys get are truly one of a kind. We shift it up every single year.
They are nice-looking trophies.
These will always be known as the trophies for 2025. And I want these guys to be proud of these trophies because they work incredibly hard to win them. So let's go. Without further ado, 16th place, Bobby Thompson. 15th place, Shane Flowers. 14th place, Maxime Boudreau.
Sounds like the Lawless brothers were not right about that one.
13th place, Joshua Spurgeon. 12th place, Nick Gordione.
Exactly where I thought the Guardione would have finished.
11th place, Eddie Williams.
That's better than I thought Eddie Williams would do.
10th place, Andre Foitou.
That's worse than I thought Andre Foitou would do.
9th place, Wesley Derwinski. 8th place, Tom Stoltman.
Much, much worse for Tom than I expected.
7th place.
Yes, they get money,
Tristan
Sharon.
Hope. 6th place, Trey Mitchell. 5th place, Bryce Johnson. 4th place, Austin Andrade.
I would say that first place gets paid very well. I'd say that everybody else, especially after the podium, they still get paid.
All right, so that leaves your top 3.
Here's your podium, everybody.
So in 3rd place, we have got Mr. Thomas Evans.
Ladies and gentlemen, Thomas Evans is your 3rd place finisher here at the Strongest Man on Earth 2025. Newark, Delaware is a home of Thomas Evans, and he will take the 3rd place spot on the podium here in the Blue Arena. Evans so impressive throughout this weekend. Third place finish. A tremendous performance from Thomas Evans. All smiles, and he will be getting that third place trophy here at the Strongest Man on Earth, presented by Shore Classic.
Give that man a round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, Thomas Evans, third place.
All right. Here is the moment of truth. In second place, we have got Mr. Lucas Hatton.
Ladies and gentlemen, Lucas Hatton of the United States of America. Hatton was amazing throughout the weekend. The man from Washington was rock strong and numerous event wins. What does he take home? He takes home the new American max log record. He also will take the second place spot here at the Strongest Man on Earth. Lucas Hatton, super popular athlete over the weekend. Oh man.
Right now, they're all just thinking, we survived senior year.
Ladies and gentlemen, he gets the runner-up spot here.
That leaves one man. And that man is your 2025 Strongest Man on Earth, Mr. Evan Singleton.
Ladies and gentlemen, the two-heads, Evan Singleton is the Strongest Man on Earth 2025. The crowd goes nuts and Singleton is away, shaking hands and kissing babies here in the blue arena. Evan the T-Rex Singleton is the Strongest Man on Earth 2025. So hard. He's worked for this. He said he came in ready and he backed up the talk. Brian, you said before this, if he comes in the right frame of mind, he could be a threat for the title, and he was just that.
He was absolutely that. He performed. He's walking away with the Strongest Man on Earth title. Incredible.
Ladies and gentlemen, your 2025 Strongest Man on Earth is Evan the T-Rex Singleton of the United States of America. Nashville, Tennessee's own T-Rex. One of the most beautiful trophies in the world awarded to him here. And the Rex lifts the title.
All right, guys. There's your 2025 Strongest Man on Earth. The dinosaur does not beat himself. The dinosaur leaves with some gold. He makes the championship happen. Got to be happy for him. And it's pretty awesome stuff. Pretty awesome stuff. And what a exciting 2 days it was. And these guys have been put through complete hell together. Now, I served my country in the military, but I'm not really a nationalistic kind of guy. But I will go ahead and toot the America horn. Not only is that an all-USA podium, but it's a first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth place American sweep. top 5 America, and then we'll throw in another one, a bonus 6th place finish. Americans dominated at the Strongest Man on Earth this year. But outside of American dominance, what was really special about the 2025 Strongest Man on Earth this year to me was the fact that it wasn't dominance. It was a tightly contested battle from beginning to end. Nobody stopped fighting the whole way through. They went through hell. They came out unscathed, or not completely scathed. There's a little bit of skin left on the bones. We saw blood. We saw sweat. We saw tears. We saw drive. We saw people saying, I want to give up, but I'm not going to give up. We saw people 0 events and take 1 and 2 points and then come back and say, you know what? My mental state is not dead. I'm going to come back out in the next event and pull off a win or a 2nd place finish. These men battled and gave it every possible thing they have. You often hear people say, so-and-so gave 110%. And when you hear that, I've always balked that because I'm Mr. Logic and Mr. Truth-telling, and I guess I can't just accept a saying for the harmless fact that it is, and I say, that's not true. You can't give 110%. Nobody can give more than 100%. 100% is the most you can ever give. And technically, you can't give 100% because if you give that, you'll die. Well, these men, all 16 of them, may have come out this week and given 100%, and some of them may just have proven me wrong, my lifelong touting, because they might have given 110%. Some of them might have given 111. This was a gutsy competition. It was a joy to watch. It was fantastic to have you guys here with me. I loved it. I was thoroughly entertained. You loved it. You were thoroughly entertained. And we'll do it again next year. And we'll do it at the Rogue Invitational. And we'll keep doing this. And we'll keep cheering these guys on. And we'll keep going to the gym and busting our own butts. Because this is a sport that we love. And I have nothing else to say. Thank you guys so much. I'm signing out. Good night, YouTube.